On the record.
Okay, this is my first time with the microphone, so bear with me. I hereby call to order the meeting of the Assessment and Appeals Board number 2. Clerk, would you like to conduct the roll call?
Yes. Let's see. Board Member Little.
Present.
Board Member Hess, he is absent. Board Member Ferris.
Present.
And Board Member Sisk.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you could please remain standing. I will now place everyone that will address the board this morning under oath. When I complete reading your oath, please state I do. Please raise your right arm. You and each of you do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may now be seated.
It's time for agenda review. Clerk, do you want to conduct the agenda review?
Yes. Let's see. Item 5, agenda review for August 29th, 2016. The clerk of the board recommends approval of the agenda review by the Assessment Appeals Board. The agenda review consists of the following agenda items. Item number 22, application number 1510483. Applicant Los Feliz Villas, LLC. Item number 25, application number 10859, applicant TLA Family, removed from the agenda due to the submission of a withdrawal. Item number 38, application number 11064, applicant Delta JC LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 39, application number 11067, applicant Rebecca Peterson, continued to October 10th, 2016, pending receipt of original stipulation. Item number 41, application number 11078, applicant RIF 5 Del Norte, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 42, application number 1511079, applicant RFI 1 Lewis LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of withdrawal. Item number 43, application number 1511080, applicant Rexford Industrial, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 48, application number 1511169, applicant John A. and Rosemary G. Toll, denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 49, application number 1511174, applicant Chambers Lane LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 50, application number 1511175, applicant, I'll spell the first name HSINHUNG, last name HSU. Continued to October 10th, 2016, pending receipt of original stipulation. Item number 51, application number 1511192, applicant Philip Chandler, denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 52, application number 1511200, applicant Todd Lambert, denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 54, application number 1511218, applicant Camarillo Goodnight Inn Partners, removed from the agenda due to submission of withdrawal. Item number 55, application number 1511220, applicant Watama LLC, removed from agenda due to submission of withdrawal. Item number 56, application number 1511222, applicant, I'll spell the first names CHANDRAKANT and ABANTIKA, last name Patel, PATEL, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 57, application number 1511232, applicant Rolling Oaks Drive LLC, Francine Golden, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 58 through item 61, application number 1511265 through 1511268, applicant Tierra Rajada LLC, removed from the agenda due to submission of a withdrawal. Item number 62, application number, 62 through 69, application numbers 1511272 through 1511279, applicant BG Grand Terminal CA LLC, removed from the agenda due to the submission of a withdrawal. Item number 70, application number 1511286, Applicant Mark McDonald, denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 71, application number 15-11292, applicant Hubert Munoz, denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 73, application number 15-11304, applicant Audrey Weiss, denied due to lack of appearance. Item 85, application number 15-11612, applicant Rosemary Bedrano, denied due to lack of appearance. That completes agenda review. Did any member of the audience hear their name called? The clerk of the board recommends approval of the agenda review.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, give me just a second to keep up with you. Let's see. So I have a motion by Board Member Little, a second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. All right. So next would be item 6, public comments.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to the clerk of the board at the moment?
All right.
Forward to the board.
No. Can you speak to the public? Sorry.
Hearing none, I'd recommend we go to item 7.
Okay. Any board members want to speak on matters not appearing on the meeting agenda?
No.
Nope. Okay.
All right. I recommend we take the remaining items on the agenda in order. Again, to the members of the public here today, we're just going to get a brief status at first, and then we'll come back to any detailed issues that need to be heard. So first, I recommend we go to item number 8, application number 14-10998, applicant Julie Zimmerman. This also includes item 9, application number 15-11171 for applicant Julie Zimmerman. No one has checked in this item in this morning, Ms. Zimmerman? No. She received a phone call reminder and an email last week. This was also continued numerous times. At the last continuance, the board indicated that there would be no further continuances on this matter. Therefore, the clerk of the board's recommendation would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? And that passes. Thank you. So that would take us to items 10 through 14. Application number 14-12341 through 14-12345. Applicant McGalick Group with Representative Southern California Food Services Corp. No one has checked in for this item this morning. Therefore, the clerk would recommend denial due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next, item number 15, application number 15-10067, applicant Theodore Gertzel. There was a stipulation submitted for this item this morning, which was part of the ones routed to the board a few moments ago. The recommendation, if the board agrees with the stipulation, would be to approve it.
So moved.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, and the motion passes. All right, next is item number 16, application number 15-10148, applicant Charles Russello. We have the applicant's son, I believe, present. Please come forward to the table. You may stand or take a seat, whatever you're more comfortable with.
I will sit. Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
I'm sorry my father could not appear. He's elderly and he's not in well health. My name is Chris Russello. I'm his son, and I'm here to appeal a tax assessment regarding a vessel we owned that, in our opinion, was the tax was excessive. We sold a boat for
We don't want to hear it.
about a little less.
About how long will your case take? We're sort of sizing everyone up at
They only
any
take a
time.
few moments. Basically, what we did is we sent the tax assessors a bill of sale showing the purchase price
Okay.
of the boat to reduce the taxes. And
Okay.
They denied it.
Okay. We'll listen to the testimony afterwards. We're just taking
Okay.
your time, so about like 5 minutes or less?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a and then the assessor's office, are you ready to move forward today? Can you please stay seated, sir?
Oh, sorry, that was my bad. Chris, can you come back for one quick sec?
I thought it was excused.
No, it was my bad. Assessor's office, what do you have to say on
Christopher
that?
Horn, for the Assessor's Office. Good morning, board members, council. To date, we in the Appeals Division haven't received any documentation regarding any. It may have gone to the valuation crew, but the request letter has gone unanswered that we sent out. And I'm not, it could merely be just thinking that that documentation was going to get forwarded. What I would like is to get a continuance on this,
That's agreeable.
and then what we can do is you can contact Efren and set up an exchange of information, and hopefully we can work this out.
That's agreeable.
Okay. We have any dates on the calendar, Brendan?
Yeah, I haven't checked with the assessor's office on the schedule. I'm guessing October 24th is out, correct?
That is correct.
How do you feel about December 12th?
We can do.
Is that
December
cutting it too
12th.
close, or should we go to?
No, let's try to.
So we,
get this.
depending on
It looks as if the applicant has documentation,
I do.
so we should be able to resolve this.
Okay, so depending on your preference, sir, we can do December 12th, 2016, or February 13th.
Let's do
2000.
December 12th.
All right. All right. So the request is to continue to December 12th, 2016.
Looking for a motion to
So
continue.
moved. Second.
All right. We have a motion by a board member Little, second by a board member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, that passes. Thank you. We'll see you back on December 12th if it's not resolved beforehand.
Thank you.
All right. Next would be item number 17, application number 1510251. Applicant Patricia M. and Tim F. McLaughlin. This is part of the. I believe this was part of the. This was part of either the stipulations you received this morning or part of the stipulations that were routed to you last week. So it has been submitted to the board for approval, and the recommendation would be to approve the stipulation unless the board does not want to.
Move to approve the stipulation. Second.
All right. Motion to approve by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, and that passes. Thank you. Next, item number 18, application number 1510287. Applicant Eva, I'll spell last name Fucich. This is another request for approval of a stipulation. It was, I believe, routed to you last Friday by email.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. All right, item number 18, item number 19, application number 1510307. Applicant Asphalt Professionals Incorporated, Jeff Ludlow. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Ludlow. I'm the president of Asphalt Professionals. You want to know how long I think it'll take? Or?
Yes, yeah. Good morning. How long do you think your case will take?
I know it's going to sound funny. I have no idea. I have a few things to present. It's not lengthy. It seems rather straightforward to at least somebody from my side of it, but I have no idea what
Okay.
anybody else might
And
present.
assessor's office?
To date, we've received no data from the applicant. If the applicant has data with him today that he would like to provide, then we'd be willing to take it, consider it, and a continuance would be in order.
Are you agreeable to a continuance? Exchanging information prior?
Well, I was told to bring information today, which I did. I
Okay.
didn't know that anybody was
Okay,
supposed to submit it
typically
early.
they need you to forward information ahead of the date. There's a time requirement on there. So we should
Okay.
probably look at a continuance.
All right, Assessor, whichever of those 2 days, or are both days still okay?
The 12th.
Okay, so sir, does December 12th, 2016 work for you as the new date of hearing? Oh, sorry, yes, Mr. Ludlow?
Thinking, just a second. Calendar.
If not, we also have February 13th, 2017 available.
And that was December 12th.
Yes, December 12th, which is a Monday at 9:30 a.m., or February 13th, which is also a Monday at 9:30 a.m.
I can do December 12th.
All right. So at this time, Board, we have a request to continue to December 12th, 2016.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. All right, thank you, sir. We'll see you back on December 12th. Next is item number 20, application number 1510427, applicant Miguel and Gladys Pena. Oh. Mr. and Mrs. Pena, if you'll please come forward.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello there.
Good morning.
Good morning. About how long you think your case will take to present?
Would you speak up a little louder, please?
Sorry. About how long will you think your case will take to present?
How long?
Your case will be taken to prison. Probably about an hour,
Maybe less.
maybe less.
Okay, an hour. Assessor's office?
Today, the applicant has provided no information in response to our 441D request. If they have information today, we'll be happy to take it under submission and review it and get back to them to see if we can resolve this prior to coming to hearing. But for today, I think the best thing is to ask for a continuance and go from there.
So how long it will take it for to continue this case?
The first open date that we're available is December 12th.
December the 12th.
Yes.
Yes. But if you exchange...
But that doesn't mean we won't look at the information prior to that. The sooner you get the information to us, the quicker we can get back to you, sir.
We cannot do it right now?
Where do we give it the information?
The person, the lady in back, Andrea, you can give the information to her,
Okay,
and she will be your contact. All
Thank you.
right?
okay, December 12th?
Is December 12th all right with you?
That's fine.
All right, so the request is to continue to December 12th, 2016.
Write it down there.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board
Thank you.
Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you. All right, you're rescheduled. Thank you. Next, we have item number 21, application number 1510431, applicant Ashley Construction, Inc., Michael Ashley. A stipulation has been submitted to the board for approval. The clerk of the board recommends approval of the stipulation unless the board does not want to.
So moved. Move to approve. Second.
All right, motion to approve by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. And are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, next, item number 23, application number 1510549, applicant John Ryder.
Reader.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name.
John Ryder.
Okay. And how long do you think your case will take to present?
Well, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And the assessor's office?
The assessor is prepared to move forward as well, approximately 10 to 15 minutes for us.
Okay. Then we
I-
will...
As I said, I'll estimate this will be the first hearing of the morning.
Okay, we'll hear this after we finish roll call.
Next is item number 24, application number 1510852, applicant Tracy Short. you're good. We haven't got you yet. So
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
My name is Tracy Short, and I'm here to ask for a one-time extension.
Okay. On the grounds.
Our representation was not able to make it today.
Okay. Assessor's office?
The assessor's office has no problem with agreeing to a continuance today. All that we ask is that information be provided. Do you have information with you today, sir?
Not copies I could render.
Oh, okay. If you could get that data within the next 30 days to Mr. Denham, we would have no problem with the continuance.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And we're looking at December 12th?
you said you said your representative has to be available, right? Do you happen to know their schedule if December 12th would work for them?
I don't at this point in time. I could call them and call you back today, but if we could, what should we do about that?
The assessor would have no problem extending this out to February if that would be better for you in order to coordinate your schedules with your attorney.
Okay.
Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. And was the assessor requesting the board to put a data restriction? on
Yes,
this?
yes.
Okay.
Proviso of 30 days on the data.
All right. So there is a request to continue to February 13th, 2017, with the proviso that the applicant provide the assessor with requested data within 30 days of today.
So moved.
Second.
Give me just a second to catch up. Got a motion by Board Member Little, correct? Second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Right. Next we have item numbers 26 through 29. Application numbers 15-10964 through 15-10967.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have nothing to present this morning. I'm just going to be asking for continuances for my cases, and we have one
Okay.
stipulation that's set in.
Okay. And state your name, please.
Jeff Counter
Okay.
from Ryan LLC.
All right. So the available dates are December 12th, 2016, or February 13th, 2017. I don't know if both of those dates work for the assessor.
I would like to go with February for these.
I have no objection. What's the date?
February 13th.
13th.
All right. So we have a request to continue February 13th, 2017.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. All right. Next, item number 30, application number 15-10973, applicant Moore Park Marketplace.
Again, this is a request for a continuance pending. I believe information has been submitted, and my colleagues are working with the appraisers on these.
Okay.
On this one, I have no data has been received. If you'll allow me a second. Our records indicate no data has been received on this one.
You haven't received
No.
any? Okay, let me make sure.
On the one prior we have, this one we haven't, so we would like to push this along with, to be with the other one.
Also
for
February 13th. Okay.
Along with a proviso that data be provided in the next 30 days.
Yes, this one actually is a withdrawal pending client approval. So all I'm waiting for is an okay, and then it's going to be withdrawn.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's the case with
Okay.
that one.
All right.
In that case, would the assessor still be requesting the data within 30 days? they change
I'm
it.
presuming that you'll either have a withdrawal from your client or data within 30 days.
Yes, that
Okay.
is my hope.
Yes. So
still,
yes, we
still
are.
have the proviso? Okay. So the
Okay.
request is to continue February 13th, 2017, with the proviso that data requested by the assessor be provided within 30 days.
So moved.
We do need a motion.
All right, motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Next, item 31, application number 1510974, applicant MKRRP 400 National Way, LLC.
Again, requesting continuance.
Okay.
And I believe he has sent the data to the assessor's office.
Not according
Yeah.
to my record, sir.
Okay.
So we're going to move this one also to February 13th.
The assessor would be agreeable to February 13th
Okay.
on this as well.
Okay.
And 30 days for the data.
And 30 days for the data
And
and the proviso.
Okay. Okay, looking for a motion to continue to February 13th with the proviso that the data is submitted within the next 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Next, item number 32 through 35, application number 1510975 through 1510978, applicant Newberry Oaks Marketplace, LLC.
Another request for continuance, and again, I believe the data has been sent. If not, I have a
I-
copy right here.
On this one, we do have data.
Okay.
So February 13th is fine.
Okay. So looking for a motion to continue to February 13th with no data stipulation.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Right.
Can I just have that stipulation? Do I need to be here?
The board does them all at once, so that's going to be way tonight. So
Okay.
it's fine. It's on their approval agenda. So
right,
there's, you're fine.
Thank you very much.
Next would be item number 36, application number 1511058, applicant Dominic Noppi. I don't believe anyone's checked in for this item. This applicant did submit a late request for postponement. We responded to his email to inform him it was late and he'd have to attend. He responded acknowledging and asked for an exception. We denied and informed him he would still have to appear this morning. Therefore, the recommendation would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Next, item number 37, application number 1511059. Applicant, I'll spell the last name Muhui, last name Fong. Please come forward.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name?
Mo Hui Fong.
Thank you. And how long will your case take to present?
Sorry.
How long will your case take to present
I
this
think
morning?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. And assessor's office?
The assessor is also ready to move forward.
Okay.
5 to 10 minutes as well.
Okay. Okay. We will hear your case after we go through the entire roll call.
Oh,
Okay. So yeah, we're not going to hear it just now, but
Okay.
we'll hear it next.
All right, so you're going to be the second hearing. We have one ahead of you, so we'll hear that, and we'll get to you quickly
all
after.
right. Thank you.
Let's see. Looks like next we have item number 40, application number 1511072, applicant Dorothy Crawford. A stipulation was submitted this morning to the board for review. The clerk of the board recommends approval of the stipulation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. All right. Item number 44 is next. Application number 11088. 11088. Applicant Alice Ranch Company. A withdrawal has been submitted for this one this morning. Let's verify I have that. All right. So it's recommended that the board take no action as a withdrawal has been submitted. All right. So if it's okay with the board, we'll go on to the next one. Item number 45, application number 1511089, applicant Brinker Restaurant Corporation, Mary Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Can you state your name, please?
My name is Scott Donald with Marvin Pour Company.
Okay. And how long will your case take today?
We're going to ask for, I guess, a continuance. They need more time. We provided the information. They need additional information that was within the 21 days. And so it's just a restaurant, but
Okay.
they need more time. So I'm open to whenever. It's not
Right.
it's a Chili's restaurant. It
Yeah.
can't be that
Yeah.
hard.
All right. Assessor's office?
Whenever.
We'd like to push this to February.
What? That's
Yeah.
And my next one takes more time.
Really?
Okay. Is that all right?
So
Calendar, Brandon?
February 13th, 2017, is that all right if it's okay with everybody else?
It's good with me, as far as I'm.
Looking for a
Data's-
motion to,
Data submitted.
Is the assessor requesting
Assessor, do
data?
we need any data?
I believe all the data that we need has been received. It just came in late,
okay.
so there's no proviso needed.
Okay. So looking for a motion to postpone to February 13th.
So moved.
All right, motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next, item number 46, application number 15-11090, applicant Ovis LLC.
Correct. So this is one where we did provide the information under 21 days, and
Okay.
this is this is Ojai Valley Inn and Spa.
Okay.
So it's a little more complicated. And what I need to know, we're going to need time to see the assessor. Andrea's new to this property. Does she need to go see it? Do we need to, those type of things? So-
There's a possibility we're going to do that,
Right.
and ask, for
additional information.
2-day walkthrough. Is that what it is?
Whatever you need. That's
yeah.
why this one's more complicated.
Right.
So pushing this to
Whenever.
February 13th, I
Okay.
think is good for the time being.
Whatever works for you.
Any provisions? Any
No,
data?
no, they provided the data.
Okay.
And it's the same amount of data that we've been able to work with in the past. The agent is always more than accommodating and providing any additional nuances that might happen to come up, so I'm not worried about the proviso.
Okay. Okay, so looking for a motion to postpone till February 13th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes.
And then I just have one question for Brendan, is that I only have one left. It's 83, and I withdrew it. Are we good? Can I leave?
While you're here, we'll just take care of
Okay,
that.
sorry.
We'll
No
jump to
problem.
83, application number 15-11428, applicant Mia Extended Stay Incorporated. A withdrawal was submitted on this morning. Therefore, the board should note for the record that this has been withdrawn. No further action is required.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Going back to item number 47, application number 15-11094, applicant Lloyd and Lauren Braun. A stipulation has been submitted for this item. It was included in the board's packet, circulated last Friday. The recommendation is to approve the stipulation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next, item number 53, application number 15-11202, applicant Darren Shack. Mr. Shack, no confirmation of appearance was submitted on this case, therefore a continuance would be required. Are you Mr. Shack?
Good morning. State your name, please.
Darren Shack.
Okay, great.
I didn't turn in my confirmation, so I'm requesting a different date.
Okay. Are we February or are we looking at December? Okay, assessor's office first. Go ahead.
I believe with this, we can accommodate the applicant to December 12th.
Does that work for you, Mr. Shack? All right. So, do we need data proviso?
If Mr. Shack has any data that he would like to provide, Mr. Denham in back is the contact. He'll talk to you on your way out, and you guys can set something up.
Okay. I do.
We would like it
okay.
within 30 days.
Okay. I have it with me.
Fantastic. So if he has it with him and is willing to turn it over today, no proviso is needed.
Okay. So looking for motion to postpone till December 12th.
So moved. Second.
Motion by
Thank you.
Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, item number 72, application number 1511303, applicant Limelight Investments LLC.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Good morning, Assessor.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for hearing my case. My name is James Toshin. I'm with Limelight Investments, LLC. I think it'll take about 15, 20 minutes. It's a
Okay.
decent-sized book. It depends on how
Okay.
quickly the assessor agrees with
All right.
findings.
Assessor's office.
The assessor's office is ready to go forward as well to present
Okay.
our case. 15 to 20, I'm hoping is optimistic. We may get into, it may be stretched on both sides with the cross-examination because of the type of property that we're talking about.
Okay.
A note for the record, findings of fact have been requested and paid for by the applicant. And then this would be hearing number 3
Number
today.
3. Okay. Thank you.
Next is item number 74 through 76, application number 1511306 through 1511308, applicant Jay Dunlap. Stipulations were submitted to the board this morning. The clerk of the board would recommend approval if the board wishes to do so.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next, item number 77, application number 1511313, applicant Thousand Oaks Investor LLC.
Good morning.
David Perkins, Duff & Phelps, agent for the taxpayer, Thousand Oaks Investor.
Okay. How long do you think your case will take this morning?
Be an hour to present, maybe hour 15, and then we'd also like to have some time to either rebut or cross-examine the assessor. So
Okay.
I think our side probably needs an hour and a half
Okay.
in total.
And assessor's office?
The assessor's office, 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. Okay, this will be number 4 for the day. And we
Thank
will
you.
leave here in a little bit. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have item number 78, application number 1511346, applicant Forrest Dockery. And you came in after the swearing in, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. Go ahead and swear you in real quick. You solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Kyle Williamson of Tax Assessment Associates. We're agent for the taxpayers.
Okay. How long do you think your case will take?
We're actually here to request a continuance for all 4 of the cases.
Okay.
We haven't had a chance to speak with the assessor or get any information to the assessor. So with any time continuance, we'll be able to
Okay.
I
Assessor's
believe get it
office?
handled before the next hearing.
Okay, thank you. Assessor?
I believe February 13th would be appropriate for all 4 of these. As Mr. Williamson said, that he is not providing data to date. The 2 appraisers assigned to the respective cases for 78 through 81 are here, and we'll talk to him.
Okay.
But we would like a proviso for each one of these
Okay.
that
We'll
data
probably
be
do-
provided within the next
Okay.
30 days.
No problem with that.
Okay. So looking for a motion to postpone to February 13th with the provision that the data is supplied within 30 days? Excuse me?
And would you like the motion to be for items 78, 79, 80, and 81?
Do we want to do all 4, or do we need to do one at a time, Brandon?
Can we, if it's all right with the board, can we do one at a time? I'm having a little computer trouble to do that fancy of a motion right now.
Okay.
So if we can just, for now, just continue item number 78.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we got a motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next, item number 79, application number 1511347, applicant Kenneth Boyle and Rena Boyle Trust.
If we could...
Same thing?
Yeah, for continuance on this
Looking
one as
for
well.
a motion to postpone to February 13th with the data provision.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Let's see, all right. Sorry, was that a motion by Board Member Little?
Yes.
Okay, second by Board Member Ferris. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next, item number 80, application number 15-11348, applicant Raj Takar.
We'd like to request a continuance
Same
as well.
thing. Looking for a motion to continue to February 13th with the same date of provision.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Item number 81, application number 15-11349, applicant Richard Jackson.
We'd like to request continuance for this one as well.
Looking for a motion to continue to February 13th with the same date of proviso.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes.
All right, thank you.
All right. Next, item number 82, application number 15-11384, applicant Lowe's as leasee.
Good morning.
Name's Mark Parmesano, agent for the applicant. Person that's handling this case could not make it today, and she needs more time to review the information that we just recently received from the taxpayer.
Okay, so we're looking for continuance?
Yes.
Okay. Assessor's office?
February 13th would be appropriate for a continuance date.
Okay.
We have requested information that's still outstanding, and we would like a proviso that it be provided within the next 30 days, specifically the new construction of the entire building.
Okay. Looking for a motion to postpone to February 13th with the proviso that the data about the new construction be supplied within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. You're all good?
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, item number 84, application number 15-11609, applicant Mitchell Living Family Trust, John and Tasmin Mitchell. Don't believe anyone has checked in for this item this morning. They, I have here a note here that they've made a late request for postponement. We're informed to appear this morning to request it in person. Apparently, they've not shown up today. Therefore, the recommended action would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Let's see, that would take us to item number 86, application number 15-11618. Applicant Martha A. Clark Patel and Amit Patel. Please come forward to the podium. No confirmation of appearance was submitted on this case, therefore a continuance would be in order.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Assessor's office? We have no...
As the clerk stated, there was no confirmation of appearance, so we're not prepared to move forward. I think it would be best for the applicant to ask for a continuance until December 12th, and if they have data with them, the gentleman probably stand out in the hallway. If not, then Ephraim would be happy to take any data that you have.
Sure.
And are you agreeable to December 12th for a continuance?
We would request February 13th, if possible.
February 13th is fine.
Okay.
Okay, can you state your name really quick?
My name is Amit Patel.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a motion to continue to February 13th with a proviso that you provide the data within 30 days?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Motion by Board Member Little, second by Board Member Ferris. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right, that completes the regular agenda. So we have, I believe, 4 hearings going forward today, starting with Mr. Ryder, followed by, let's see, we have item number 23. John Ryder will be first. We'll have item number 37 second. When sorry, I can't pronounce your name right. Ms. Fong will be second. Third will be item number 72 for Limelight Investments. And fourth will be item number 77 for Thousand Oaks Investors. I don't know if anyone wants to take a brief recess before we get started, or?
I'm good. Guys need a recess now?
The assessor's ready to go.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Ryder, if you come take a seat. Let's see, and I'll pass out copies of the applications to the board members. Just a moment, please. All right. So again, this is item number 23, application number 15-10549 for applicant John. Is it Ryder or Reader? Ryder. This is an application for vacant land located in Fillmore. This is a request for a January 1st, 2015 decline in value assessment. On the application, the applicant had not requested findings of fact. Mr. Ryder, do you still not wish to request findings of fact? Okay. So findings of fact, or assessor findings of fact on this case?
No.
All right. Findings of fact are not requested. If we could start with an overview from the assessor.
Good morning, board members. This is a vacant piece of land on Goodenough Road in Fillmore. It is a decline in value appeal as of January 1, 2015. As is a vacant piece of land, the burden of proof will rest with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to present your case?
Oh, yeah. I'm the owner of the subject property. I have been since 2000. It's an approximately 3.7 acre site in North Fillmore. And I could go on, and I will if necessary. However, the assessed value was adjusted in 2009. Gary Ost, I believe, the assessor's office, after I had discussions with him and filed my appeal, felt an adjustment from 468,050 to $300,000 was justifiable based on the circumstances in the North Fillmore area. That assessment continued until 2015, at which time I received my notice that the value of the property had suddenly increased to 500,000 plus or minus, 501,507. In fact, there's no changes in the property whatsoever. I'm pretty involved in the parcel, and again, I could go into further detail on it, will if necessary, but there's been nothing to justify the value.
What do you have developed on the parcel?
Nothing.
It's just plain vacant?
I can't develop anything on the property.
Okay.
It's vacant.
Is it hillside?
No.
No? Okay.
Flat.
Okay.
Flat 3.768,
Okay.
approximately, plus or minus.
Right, okay.
And so there's been no change. There's been nothing done to the property or to the entire North Fillmore area. So based on that, it's my opinion that the current $300,000 is...
Okay. Do you have any data to support that opinion of value?
No, I don't. But there are no comps that I could present to you that would be relevant due to the extenuating circumstances beyond just none in Fillmore. The site and all of North Fillmore owners are faced with very difficult circumstances, so I don't believe you can come up with a comp anywhere that would weigh the circumstances this parcel faces.
Okay, what are those circumstances?
Currently the parcel cannot submit. Let me do this. I have a letter. Actually, it was made out to Mr. Horn on May 19th, 2014. He requested an update actually he wanted the city of Fillmore to go into a little bit detail, rather than just take my word that I couldn't develop it. So I was able to talk to the planning director, Kevin McSweeney. He provided this letter, and that would explain, in my opinion, why the circumstances.
Okay. Give us a second to read
Sure.
this.
For the record, applicant's Exhibit 1 has been submitted.
Okay, so your density is reduced to 5 per acre.
Yeah.
5 units per acre.
Right.
But you're saying that it's undevelopable.
Yeah. The
Okay.
reason is, therefore, no projects
Yeah.
are permitted to process an entitlement for development until the North Fillmore specific plan is revised unless there is an existing approved tentative map.
Okay.
So, that condition exists today.
Okay.
And that's why Mr. Ost originally, in 2009, after looking at conditions, agreed to that, and that continued, as I say, until 2015.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add?
At this time, no.
No. Any questions from?
Yes. What did you pay for the property when you purchased it?
What did I pay for it? I believe it was with some back tax and so forth, approximately $200,000.
Okay. Are we ready to hear the assessor side? All right, assessors? office?
The assessor has no questions.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sit. There you go.
For the record, Assessor's Exhibit A has been submitted.
Mr. Sisk, would you like for me to start my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay. As previously stated, the nature of this appeal is a decline in value as of January 1, 2015. It is a vacant piece of land on Goodenough Road in Fillmore, the North Fillmore section. The subject was appraised for the purpose of this appeal, consisting of one APN totaling 3.74 acres of land. The subject is located on Goodenough Road in Fillmore at the bend where it intersects A Street. If you turn the page, you can see the middle photo, and that indicates that. The subject property is currently under a building moratorium until requirements for the North Fillmore specific plan are met. Originally slated for 700 residences, measures H&I augmented the original plan. This reduced the number of residents down to 300 in single-family dwellings, 1 to 5 residences per acre. Language in Measure I allows for existing industrial uses within the North Fillmore specific plan area to continue, expand, or be modified. Per the City of Fillmore, the environmental impact report will be revisited, and adjustments to the North Fillmore specific plan will be complete in about a year. That information is as of about early March of this year, when I too talked to Kevin McSweeney. If you turn to page 2, you'll see the pictures of the subject parcel. Page 3, we go into the valuation. These were tracks. I put potential units as in potential SFRs at 17 based on the size of the property times the maximum of 5, and allowing for off-sites such as roads, common area, what have you. There were 3 parcels. Sorry, there were 6 comparables. One of them was in Fillmore that dated back to 2013. It is older, but it's the only tract in that area of recent sale. Other comparables were in Oxnard, and I'd like to amend my comment. It wasn't 6 comparables, there were 5. And the 4 in Oxnard are in the River Park section, and you'll see the potential units as 52, 51, 52, and 50 respectively. Adjustments were made for entitlements, developed stage as in graded, raw, also the location, and also nuisance issues. With the comparable sales, you get a minimum lot value after adjustment between $48,000 to $50,800, which is a pretty tight range. The average lot value was about $50,500. I went to the lower end of the range, $48,000. So from a residential standpoint, the overall value potentially is $816,000. If you go to pages 6 and 7, you'll see overheads of the comparables. On page 7, the numbers designate the comparable on the grid. Page 8 is page 8 and 9 is a listing of a property in North Fillmore. Page 9, if you look at the picture, in the upper right-hand portion of that picture, you will see the bottom of the subject. So you can see the close proximity. The listing came out to be $8.67 per square foot. From an industrial land standpoint, I used 4 comparables ranging from, or 2 in Santa Paula, 2 in Ventura. Adjusting out the dollar per square foot from an industrial standpoint is $3.65 to $7.65, an average of $6.10. Went to the bottom end of the range at $3.65 for an overall value for the subject property of $600,000. The bottom of page 11, you'll see the overview of approximately where these properties are within the county. 12, 13, 14, and 15 are aerial shots of the industrial land. All right, page 16. I referenced Measure I previously, and I highlighted this, or highlighted certain portions. 1 to 5 units per acre, as the applicant is, either the applicant or the chair had mentioned, but also has a disclaimer where existing industrial uses within the area would be allowed to continue, expand, or be modified. And I asked Kevin McSweeney if the property, industrial property adjacent to the subject, were to be expanded. In other words, if the applicant were to sell his vacant land to would they be able to utilize it as industrial land? And he said yes. All they would have to do is make an adjustment for the zoning. So that was taken into consideration in the industrial grid. And that's the reason why the industrial, although the North Fillmore specific plan is really designed to expand the residential aspect, there is that little disclaimer that says an industrial use is allowed. So with that, I approached it not only from a residential per lot standpoint, but also an industrial dollar per square foot. So if you turn to page 17, my reconciled market value for the residential lots, 48,000 times 17 raw lots, 816,000. Second was the market value with the industrial zone. Went to the low end of the range, $3.65 a square foot, 600,000. The third was a little bit unconventional, but what it did was it took the residential lots and took into consideration a holding period. Because in talking to Mr. McSweeney, the specific plan will get hopefully finalized by the end of this year. But someone has to come forth and put forth the money in order to get the entire plan, inclusive of the applicant's piece, slated to move forward. So there's a holding period for not only the city to approve everything, but also a construction factor. So what I did was, I did the present worth of one on a 5-year holding period at a 10% discount rate and came in at $506,671. Rounded it down to $506,000. So we have a range of $506,000 to $860,000. The value being appealed is $501,000. my opinion of value, because if Mr. Ryder wanted to dispose of the property, which I don't think he does, I think he wants to develop it, but the minimum value with the taking into consideration the industrial aspect is $600,000. And turning to page 18, if you'll look at the second notation, it states that the petitioner must establish the full value of the property by independent evidence and not merely by attempt to refute valuation made by the assessor. After that page is our addenda. It gives it's an excerpt of the original plan from 2006. The first picture you see there is the yellow dot is where the subject's located. You'll see the page that's identified as 213. The purple cloud is the approximate location of where the subject is. And then the page that's identified as 4.9-2 shows the industrial plant that I referenced. That's adjacent to the subject. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay. On page 9, you have the listing of the property right near the subject.
Yes, sir.
And then, of course, it's on page 2-9. It's labeled Area 4.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
And then on page 2.9, it's labeled Area 4.
Yes.
So that is within the North Fillmore Protection Plan? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it is part. Okay, it's included here. Okay. Okay. So it could be continued because it's allowed for commercial industrial use, correct?
For continued.
Continued, yes.
As Mr. Ryder has no industrial use on the property currently, it could, my argument is, it could be spun off to the adjacent owner if he felt so inclined.
Yeah. Okay. But then the whole block is slated for redevelopment
The
anyway.
whole block is, but Measure I states that it can continue as industrial as long as it's pre-existing.
Okay. Okay. Any questions?
No, I think now would be time for the applicant to ask questions of the
Okay.
assessor.
Do you have any questions of the assessor's office?
Your comp sale 1 in Fillmore, do you know where that's located?
Let's get to that. Oh, it's close to the river bottom.
There's a map on page
So,
5.
yeah, well, I just want to point that out. Let me explain to you what is there. It's not near the proximity of North Fillmore. There's no basis for comparison here. This is by Per Williams Homes. This is the first transaction in a 51-lot acquisition. No off-site improvements have been done. It includes final track map, but changes are being made. So this is in a very active area of Fillmore that has been approved and was approved somewhere about 2005-06 by, I forget the developer at that time, but it's somewhere about 400 or 500 lots. So there's not, this is apples and oranges, as most of what Mr. Horn is trying to compare today. To speculate that the contiguous owner to my property might someday, in a dream, come up with the idea that he wants to buy my property so he could expand his industrial use is absurd. It's offensive. how he can draw that conclusion. Did somebody come in the middle of the night and tell you that they wanted to do that? Also, I cannot do anything on my property with a use other than residential. Only existing parcels that have existing industrial improvements could expand. But to think that somehow the contiguous owner, which I've contacted them many times before, they do concrete lights. They're not interested whatsoever, because not only do they own the property contiguous to me, they own 2 parcels there. They have no intention. That's Amaron. And then I'd like to know how far I would get in a hearing before this board, how far the assessor's office will let me go on the idea of a listing. A listing means nothing. It's a sale. So I would suggest to you that all of the information Mr. Horn has laid out before you, smoke and mirrors, that's all it is. Nothing can you hold your hat on. And if you'd like to, I'd be glad to get a bus. We'll drive over. We'll look at the nice project that he's referring to that sold for this price. And then what makes it even more clear, he has to go to Oxnard. Oxnard and Fillmore are apples and oranges. And I'd like to know if any of those projects face the same circumstances as I do. You can't develop it. I, too, talked to Mr. McSweeney just last week. I think Mr. Horn is embellishing, to say the least. There is no timetable for the completion of an updated specific plan per Kevin McSweeney. To put a date on it, he said, I can't. So that this end of the year, it's going to be in place is incorrect. I tried to explain this to Mr. Horn on the phone, but he hung up on me. That was his way. He hung up the phone on me when I wanted to elaborate and go into detail here on what was actually happening. I've owned the property since 2001. I went through a general plan update. I was very involved in the process of getting the first specific plan approved. I had an approved project, but it was overridden by a referendum. I lost that project. 5 years of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears. I'm an old man now. That's what I've been through. So I know the value of my property. He's taken a glimpse, 20 minutes looking at a little, coming up with information that's irrelevant, wrong, incorrect, you couldn't use. But if you want to believe him, I guess that's your option. Now, I'd also like to ask a couple other questions. Would you, Mr. Horn, be able to arrange the sale with Amaron for their use? Would you be interested in purchasing my property for your proposed values? If you would, I'd be glad to meet with you just like these other people have met with people from the assessor's office, and we'll enter an escrow today at that price per lot. And I'll even do one thing better. We'll drop the density to 14 units so that you make sure you get what you want. I doubt that he's got an answer for that.
No, I have an answer.
You don't have an answer for that. He's just throwing stuff on a wall.
I have
trying to get you to believe. I'm speaking right now.
The question has been asked.
No, you asked me a question.
The question has been asked.
You answered it. You don't have any interest.
I don't have interest in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move on.
So when you have no interest, you can easily come up with absurd conclusions. I have a vested interest in it. It's up to me to keep informed on this property, and I have. And I have a phone here, and if you'd like to call up Mr. McSweeney, let's see if he'll clarify your timeline of, by the end of the year, having this specific plan in place. 524-1500. We'll dial him right now. You interested in doing that?
This board is allowed to take testimony as evidence, so we will. And
Well, I really think.
wait on it we deem necessary, so we'll
right.
take your testimony as evidence.
Okay, but if you'd like, I'll continue this, and we'll get something more definitive, if you would like, from Mr. McSweeney that will outright come clear that there is no way by the end of the year, even maybe next year, that any specific plan. So at the end of the day, it all goes back to the letter to Mr. Horn in 2014. The other thing he mentioned is you just can't come up here, you got to have comps. Well, that's interesting. In 2014, Mr. Horn accepted this letter. He agreed that the 300,000, Mr. Ost prior to him, all agreed. So hopefully I've made my point. And I'm very involved in this project. It's brought me to my knees. I started on this 16 years ago, and I've gone nowhere. I'm not going to play the violin. I've lost $100,000 to try to get it approved and then lost it. That's okay. That's my problem. I bought the property. But I do believe a fair shake on this tax situation is in order. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a couple questions?
Yes, you can.
Did the assessor speak with the contiguous landowner about that owner's potential interest in expanding or not expanding?
Did I speak to the owner for the adjacent property? No, I didn't.
And are the properties in Oxnard that were residential, were they with a similar moratorium on building?
No, if you take a look at, with all my comparables, I made adjustments for entitlements, developed stage, location, nuisance. So with regards to the properties in Oxnard, no, they had entitlements. Okay, but I deducted 20% off for that. I deducted another 10% off for location. I deducted also for the nuisance factor of being close to the river bottom, much like the Fillmore property.
I'd like to chime in because a question was asked of him. The percentages he's using are totally unreasonable, whether it's location or the fact that they had approved tentatives. That's a huge difference between a property that sits vacant with no entitlement. There's not even a submission for a project. So the numbers he's using, believe me, I've been down, this is my first rodeo, I've been down the road before. I know for a fact what it costs, what it takes to get a application from day one. 9 years I spent in Piru. 7 years in Fillmore. A lot with an approved tentative. A lot more than his percentages are worth, especially in Oxnard, are worth much more than the percentages he's using. So I would disagree. And I too have been an appraiser. I have let my license expire, but I think there's appraisers can agree on certain things, but also there's other opinions and values that can be put on something or added, deleted, or adjustments, whatever you want to say. And I'm a general contractor and a real estate broker, so I believe I can chime in pretty well, and I don't accept Mr. Horn's percentages at all.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions?
So if there's no further questions, there would be closing statements next. The assessor would go first, and the applicant, because they have the burden of proof, would go last. So
okay. Assessor's office closing statements.
The assessor has approached establishing market value 3 different ways. The listing was provided as a sort of point in time as it was active as of January 1, 2015. Just to show what something, a parcel within the North Fillmore specific plan, what it was being asked. We've provided data. The comparables are the comparables. We've made adjustments for them. And with that, again, as the burden rests with the applicant, he is required to do more than just refute the assessor's testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Mr. Horn likes to repeat that, even though I'll go back to the 2014 letter that was sent to Mr. Horn because he wanted additional information, and he accepted that. That was the basis for why we're here today, because In somebody's opinion, the value changed. Mr. Ost, same way. So there's more than just, he likes the burden of proof because he wants to hang his hat on something to try to convince you board members that his assessment is correct. Try to ignore the smoke and mirrors and let's face on the reality, which is a listing cannot be used. You cannot even consider a listing on a property. There's no possible way you could know what that property would sell for. I've purchased properties 50% less than list price. So you can't use that, even consider it. All the comps, except one, are in Oxnard. It's another convenient way of saying, I don't really have anything, I better come up with something. So he goes to Oxnard. Not even comparable apples and oranges. And let's talk about the one parcel in Fillmore that he did use. It's in a thriving, growing area of Fillmore, the Bridges. You might know that project. Beautiful project. All approved, tentative. All he's got cookie cutter lots he's going to put in and improve. The idea that Amron, the contiguous neighbor, might want to buy my property, and he actually valued that, is unbelievable to me. So all of his premises have no basis. You can't use those. And I believe what's been confirmed here today is that $300,000 was right in 2009, 2014, and today, or excuse me, in 2015, and will continue until such time that the specific plan is adjusted and changed to meet what the referendum required, which is no more than X amount of lots in North Fillmore, 350, 400, and till those adjustments are made, there's nothing that can be done with that piece of property. So I thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and I hope you will consider what I presented to you in making your final decision, and I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Questions from the board for the applicant or the assessor?
Okay. Any questions from the board towards the applicant or the assessor?
Yes, I have one for the applicant and the assessor. Could the property perhaps be used as farming or grazing?
I haven't asked Kevin McSweeney. I doubt because there is some residential in the general area that animals would be allowed. I can't say that. I could find out, but I doubt that they would allow me, let's say, to put in like a horse facility or, you know.
Okay. And the current actual zoning of the property right now is industrial?
No, it's residential.
It is residential. Okay. To the assessor, could it perhaps in the holding period, shall we say, be used?
In the holding period, based on Measure I that was passed, it says this is going to be North Fillmore specific plan residential with the little industrial rider there at the bottom. It makes no mention whatsoever of any agricultural use. So I would, it's one of the few things I think we, or maybe the only thing that we agreed upon today, is the fact that agriculture use is probably a non-existent possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No? Okay.
Deliberate?
We're going to deliberate behind closed doors? Okay, we're going to deliberate behind closed doors on this one?
No.
No?
So the board has the options to deliberate in open here or take the matter under submission.
Okay.
If the board wants to take it under submission, I'd recommend waiting till the end of the day to deliberate, just because our closed session
Right.
is not close by.
Okay, well,
Okay, that's fine.
do it at the end of the day? Okay.
Yeah,
We'll deliberate at the end of the day.
So we'll trail it.
Yeah.
Thank the applicant.
That takes us to, does anyone need a recess, or are we ready for the next one?
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Want to take a 5-minute recess?
All right, the board will be in recess for 5 minutes, and it's starting up. And we are back on the record. This is hearing for item number 37, application number 15-11059, Applicant is M-U-H-U-I, last name Fong. I passed out copies of the application to the board members. This is a request for decline in value appeal for January 1st, 2015 on a single-family residence located in Port Hueneme. No findings of fact have been requested by the applicant. Could start with an overview from the assessor's office.
Correct. This is a decline in value appeal as of January 1, 2015. The factor base year value for this property is $754,106. The roll value that's being appealed is $576,000. The recommended value by the assessor is $550,000. The applicant's opinion of value is $500,000. It is a single-family residence. However, it is not owner-occupied, so the burden of proof rests with the applicant today.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay. Ma'am, you can state your case.
Oh.
You can
so
present, yes.
I'm okay, or?
Do you have any documents you want to submit?
I just have the pictures of the resident to show the other comparable that assessor has.
Okay.
It's actually a much more upgraded home, and that's why they probably think my place is probably the sendable. But since I don't have all that feature,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you.
So previously, I submitted a few other property, but that was September 2014 or April 2015, so it wasn't taken into consideration. And so I found one more on the internet that was so closer and meet the requirement. So what I'm trying to say is my place that I purchased in 2007, it was built by the previous builder before they filed the bankrupt. And we have a lot of feature that we have to pay extra for that. But when the comparable that assessor had was built in by the new builder that took over, and they have include a lot of feature. The two property assessor had to compare my home. They all have the much more upgraded floor, the hardwood floor. They did the landscaping, so none of those I had, and that's why I'm requesting a lower property value.
Do you have any pictures of the inside of your house?
No, I don't, but I only have the base builder carpet. I don't have landscape, just because my house was underwater, so it was pretty hard to get along and do the landscaping and all that. And since I figure the home association didn't request everybody to do so because they know the time was pretty hard on every homeowner.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, is the applicant aware of the assessor's opinion of value at $550,000?
I believe she should. Are you aware that the assessor assessed your property
Yes,
at $550,000?
but
Okay.
in my opinion, I think my property is at most $525,000. That's what
But
I can tell by the market.
You're requesting it be lowered to $500,000?
Well, initial application submitted over a year ago, I put down $500,000, but after further investigation, I feel $525,000 will be the number I should.
Okay, as of that January 1, 2015?
Yes.
Okay.
And is the assessor aware of that?
Okay. Do you have anything else to add?
No.
No? Any questions of the applicant?
With the chairman's permission?
Yes.
You don't have photographs of your property, but can you visually describe as compared to the, more attractive or
right, so
the comparables that you think the assessor's chosen that aren't quite comparable, specifically like, for instance, kitchen counters, floors,
Right.
bathrooms, windows, whatever specifically differentiates your property visually
Sure.
from the comparables that you think are a little too nice in comparison to your property.
Okay, I have the builder's carpet, which is always the cheapest one, and those comparable home that the assessor had, they all have either the stone tile or the hardwood, which I checked with the contractor, usually for the size of home, it will cost somewhere around 30 to 35,000 for the upgrade. And then the landscape, I check around the neighborhood. When the homeowner have their landscape done, usually it will cost about 20 to 25,000. So the both home have those upgrades, and I didn't have a chance to do so.
Okay. What about your kitchen counters and appliances?
Kitchen counter, they all have the same. How do you call that?
Granite or
granite.
some kind
Yes,
of stone?
we all
Okay.
have granite. And then the picture of the other home, you can see their cabinet is also an upgraded version as well.
Okay. Any other questions?
Can I ask a question of clarification? Is it correct that your sale number 2 sold on November 4th of
Right, so
2015?
that wasn't really the one to compare.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you aware the board can't consider that because it's more than 90
Right,
days?
yeah.
Okay.
So like the other one I submitted earlier, it's April 2015 and then September 2014, so that was.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you understood the board couldn't consider that sale. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure can.
The assessor stated that it is not owner occupied, is that correct?
Correct. It was initially I was going to move there, but since the house was underwater, I wasn't able to, and I borrowed money from my current home to put down that home there. So I had to rent it out because I lost all my savings.
If there's no further questions, we can hear from the assessor side now.
Thank you. Rick Denham, Ventura County Assessor's Office. Just a couple things that might confuse the board. Maybe you could clarify it for me. On 1/1/15, which is when this appraisal was done, was there landscaping on your property on 1/1/15?
1/1/15. No, I never did landscaping.
You did no landscaping?
I didn't have any.
Front or back?
Not at all. Yeah. Ever since I bought a home, I didn't do any landscaping.
On your house, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Then I'm a little confused because I have pictures of your home in 2013 and 2015, and they both have landscaping.
I didn't do any.
Okay.
I have rented out the home ever since 2010. Actually had a period of time, over 6 months, I couldn't find any tenants.
Okay.
And I haven't been living there since 2010.
I know what you mean.
Is the association in charge of maintaining the front landscape, and is the backyard
We
your
have
responsibility?
They don't maintain the back, they maintain the front,
Front.
with the HOA fee.
Okay, and they, okay.
Thank you. In regards to condition, you didn't bring any pictures of the inside of your home?
I didn't know I have to, but yeah.
I see.
There is tenants there, so I was trying to look for the online. I didn't see any on my home anymore, possibly because after the rental they took it off. But yeah.
Okay. And have you, so over the years, you've had the property for rent, correct?
Since 2010.
Is it currently rented?
Yes.
And how much is it rented for?
$24.50.
Thank you. A question about your comps. Obviously, we explained number 2. Comp number, your first comp on Seadrift, is that in your subdivision or is that in another subdivision?
I don't know so well with the subdivision. I pulled from the Port Hueneme area.
Somewhere in Port Hueneme then?
It's Port Hueneme I'm searching, yes.
Yeah, but it wasn't necessarily in your subdivision?
It's really not any more home I can find there unless it's much more smaller. If I use a much smaller home and then do the footage, the price is going to be even lower.
Okay,
So
I have
I'm
a,
trying to put something the similar size.
Gotcha.
I cannot find any
but
more.
it's not from your subdivision?
Right.
Okay.
You
My-
have the only 2 in the nearby neighborhood.
We'll get into that. Comp number 1 is from your subdivision, correct?
The
Comp
one
number
on my
3,
paper?
your third comp, Sea Bluff.
Yeah, that's the same one you have.
Yes,
And
it
that's
is.
the one I said. that's
I know,
the
I gave you
one.
my comps. Yep, that's good. And so that is, also, that comparable is less square footage than yours.
Yes, when we bought the home with 200 extra footage was from the builder, it's roughly about $4,000 difference. So I picked the bigger home because it really that much difference when you have extra footage.
And when, another question, because we do have builder information, and so I just need to know if you're aware of this. according to the builder, when you purchased the home, he stated in writing that your house was 5% upgraded, and he stated that to the assessor's office. Now, we don't know what those upgrades mean. We did notice the granite in the kitchen. We have some pictures, and later on we'll explain that. But are you aware of that?
I put in the upgrade, which as a first-time buyer for the brand new home, I didn't realize I was paying a much higher price than the market, because if I compare to my neighbors, for those work I did was nothing compared to the upgrade of 5%. But if you just look at the property itself, and then you look at the granite, we all have granite, but they have much better upgrade than I do. But then again, I was trying to say is this home, they are newer, built in 2012. They have a lot of features that the previous homeowner from the builder that filed bankrupt, we have to pay everything extra.
Yep.
Only because the previous builder, they filed bankrupt. So the new builder came in at the hard time of the market that included a lot of features.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Question, if I may?
Go ahead.
How many square feet is your house?
2467.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant from the assessor's office or the board, or? No? Okay, you guys want to present your case?
I'll kind of help out here. Sure.
I got it. You can.
All right. I didn't want to do that.
It's fine.
You might need another example.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay. Yeah, I'm getting used to it. This is my first time here, too, so I'm a rookie. As stated before, this is a single-family residence in Port Hueneme, California. We have utilized 4 comparable sales. All of our comparable sales are from the subject track. Our comp number 1 is included in the applicant's presentation too. If you noticed, we made where do we end up here? Okay. Excuse me for a second. Because of our prior stipulation, we are going to stay with 550. Sometimes we change them, and this is one of those questionable deals. All of our it so happens the model home that the subject is the largest model. And so we do have 4 comps from the subject area. The largest model had not sold, so that's why we didn't purposely pick them. These were the 4 that were available, so we threw them all up there. Because sometimes people say don't put the lowest one or the highest one or whatever. So there were basically 4 in a relatively timely period. I believe the oldest comp is from September, and the newest comp is in almost on lien date 12/29/14. If you notice, just the raw sale prices without any adjustments go from a low in the subject area of 520 to a high of 571. That's just raw sale prices. Also note that none of the comparables are as large as the subject. So there's various adjustments depending on size, and that's where we came up with those. Here on this page is a map of where all the comparables are. It's a relatively small map. This is in the area known as Bubbling Springs in Port Hueneme, if you're aware of it. Port Hueneme is not a terribly large town, so it's kind of a happy name for the area, I call it. Anyway, and you can see the subject and all 4 comps in relatively close distance. They are all from the same track. And I should explain same track because the applicant has brought something up which is true. This track was originally developed in the peak of the market, 06, 07 area. And all of the homes are from 06, 07. They were all started in various stages. Some were completed, and frankly, about halfway through, it flamed, and he went out. And a new builder did come in 012, but they basically had to build the same house, and they, went on to build the track. So it is a little. Some of our houses are from the original, some aren't. There were different sets of upgrades. Our house definitely was established as not, as an upgraded home originally, which is why you see the granite, which for 2006 and 7 was kind of a new thing. Now we kind of expect it. So you do have to maybe put your mindset, and that'll help you there. But all of the homes were started in 2000, but that might have been a blue top or even some concrete poured on the bottom, and then the next guy finished them. So that I don't want any confusion there. And there's a little confusion in our records because sometimes they say 2012, sometimes they say 2007, because we're kind of stuck with whatever the building department gave us. So that's where you might see an argument there. In addition, the subject was indeed has indeed been rented, and there was a couple of listing. Different times this home has been listed for rent is it by you or a broker? I'm not sure.
I had a broker to do
broker. And I just want to read you what the broker said. And they said this in 2013 prior to obviously 2015. And then the latest listing is frankly dated after 1/1. It's dated 6/13. But it's a for rent listing, and it is on the subject, which is why we're submitting it as evidence. Okay? And I'm quoting, "Stunning 4+3 model home, minutes from Sand Corner lot, open floor plan with formal living room, bonus room, formal dining, family room with fireplace downstairs, cook's kitchen with granite counters, beautiful appliances, loads of counter and cabinet space. Upstairs boasts large bedrooms, master suite with private dressing room area, freshly painted, jacuzzi, central air, short walking distance to beach, a must-see." And so I would admit to you that the assessor's office, this is not the first time it's happened, but there's been a difference between what the owner has necessarily said to us, what the pictures look like, and what other third-party sources are saying about the same property. So I would admit to you that we were conflicted in terms of what to do about condition. When we offered the stipulation of $550,000, we felt we took care of sort of maybe that unclear area that we were trying to chart. And so we also noticed that the asking prices of the rents kept going up, so apparently at least the rental market there is very positive. And that's just per the owner's 2 listings. We have included that in our presentation, so maybe get into our heads a little more of like, where are these, why aren't these guys listening to this, condition problems? And so to be honest with you, we're not trying to judge it either way, but we do have, in our minds, conflicted information. And I'm just a fact checker. What the owner says, I'm taking her at his word. I'm not saying anything. What the realtor said, I'm taking them at their word. I'm not saying anything. There are some different pictures included. We tried to show inside, things like that. Also, we did notice the landscape. When I drove by, it was landscape. The picture in 2013 had a picture of landscaping, and the picture in 2015 has a picture of landscaping. So we're confused about the landscaping issue also. And, the pictures are in conflict with some of the verbiage that we've been getting. So there's a little confusion on our part. And obviously, when I drove by after 1/1/15, so I said, well, it's there now. And then, but when I look at these pictures, our pictures also internally show landscaping, but I just want to share that with you. But that's why, with these comparables, all from the subject area, with information that's kind of difficult for us to determine in terms of condition, and from, just the general prices of the comps, we think $550,000, to be honest with you, is an extremely reasonable stipulation, and we would, probably going to ask you to go with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So of the comparables, do you have any data on which ones were complete and occupied in around 07/08 and versus ones that were maybe occupied or completed closer to 2012? I know it's a tough one to
No, I might
to pinpoint.
Can you
But
get an AMS? I might be able to do that,
okay.
and I don't mind it at all. Hang on a second. The answer is I probably do.
Okay.
Okay, Comp 1 was from 212. And sorry, a little patience here, and we'll get the exact correct answers, and I would rather do it that way. Comp 2 is from 2007. Comp 3 is 2013. And Comp 4 is 2013.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like most of these comps do have tile floors in them. And it's hard to tell if it's real hardwood or laminate. The rental for the subject says that it has carpet and wood-like floors, so it means there's no tile. Is that correct?
I have tile, but no hardwood.
Oh, you have tile, okay, okay.
But tile only in the kitchen.
Only in the kitchen, okay. And then is there laminate flooring somewhere, like a pergo or some kind of
No,
laminate? No,
not at all.
Okay.
Only tile in kitchen. Everywhere else is carpet.
Okay.
It's not my own carpet. It's the builder's carpet.
Any board members have any other questions?
I have a question of the applicant,
Okay.
if I may. I know it's time for assessor to the applicant. The comp that you used, that the assessor also used on Sea Bluff,
Right.
their square footage is 2216, so it's smaller than your house.
Right.
And I see also that it only has a 2-car garage. You have a 3-car garage?
Yes, but one car garage is behind the other one, so it's really
Tandem.
not a usable
It's a
space.
tandem, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, just wanted to check.
Okay, any other questions of the assessor's office? No?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may ask a question. of the assessor's
Okay.
office.
So first of all, I feel it's a little bit interesting. We'll use a salesperson's pitch to talk about the property of the value, because even I don't think it's worth it, but if I'm gonna put my home on the market again, I'm gonna try every nicest word I can put on the ad. So I don't think it's really a perception, it's the sales. I think we all do, but maybe I'm wrong. But I definitely gonna put the nicest words on my property once I put on the market. And then the next thing is talking about the rent. On the lowest market, I was trying to rent it out for $2,300. Right now it's $2,450. I personally don't see a big jump on the value. It's $150 difference for the rent difference. And the next thing I will see is the landscaping. When you drive by, it's a landscaping covered by the HOA. Everybody is responsible for the backyard. And that's a landscaping I'm talking about that you have to do out of your own pocket. In the past, HOA will ask every homeowner to do so, but since the market is so bad, they didn't enforce every homeowner to do that. The other thing is the comparable. I was rejected for my submit the information because they say it's outside of 90 days, but comparable number 2 and 3, it's outside of 90 days as well. So I'm not quite sure why my document was rejected while they still have it here on this report. And then the next thing is, when I bought my home from the builder, with the footage difference, about a couple hundred difference, the builder will charge roughly about $4,000 difference. But here I see it's a $30,000 increase from the assessor's point of view. Yeah, I have difficulty to rent out my home even in the past. So it's not very easy to even find a renter there, and that's all have been experiencing. So.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to something that the applicant said with respect to the 90-day period? The way it works is your comparable sale can't be more than 90 days past the lien date, but actually comparable sales more than 90 days for any comparable sale before it can be considered, but the board will give obviously more weight the closer in time the comparable sale is to the actual lien date. But there isn't a similar 90-day prohibition that starts before the lien date. It only applies after the lien date. I could tell when you were describing that, and I looked at the comps, that was something that...
Otherwise, I probably would look for more in the past, too. Thank you. But yeah, it was the $30,000 for a couple hundred square feet. It's not, you wouldn't find that big a difference in a lot of home. You cannot get that big a difference when you buy the brand new home for 200 square feet difference.
Explain that.
Can you explain that?
Oh, yeah, be glad to. We do use a standard dollar per foot. Also, it includes things, it kind of catches everything like extra bedrooms and things like that. So most appraisers sort of separate that out. The county just has a habit of throwing cost per square foot together. So for instance, we're a 4-bedroom. Comp number 1 is a 3-bedroom. And so that 30,000 sort of accounts for the 4 versus the 3 type of thing. And also, if you notice for a garage, it's relatively light, 3,000. We just want to acknowledge that having a tandem is not a bad thing, and it's a good thing. But we don't sort of overboard on it. It's there. It is. So that's really, we do this on every appraisal. There's, it's based on the general cost of the home. In other words, in a better area, our cost per foot is much higher. In a less expensive area, our cost per foot is going to go much lower. But it tries to account for, we kind of do it a catch-all as compared to most appraisers on the outside break it down between square footage and bedrooms.
Is that price per foot the same for condos and single families?
No, condos are a different type of thing ordinarily.
And do you know what you made these adjustments at? What dollar per foot?
I could do the math on it. It's preset, $120 a foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay.
Closing.
I think closing statements.
Start with the assessor, because the applicant has the burden of proof. They would go last.
Christopher Horn for the assessor's office. The assessor has presented 4 comparables within the subject's tract. And we have made adjustments for square footage and whatever other differences exist. If there was confusion regarding the 90 days out, the applicant with the comparables that she provided, one of them was beyond the 90 days. So I don't think that is really an issue. There were 4 comparables in close proximity, and that's what we focused on. Yes, the tract went through a building stall, but the properties were finished with the same floor plans that were initially greenlit. Are the one 2007 comp adjusts out, which is comparable number 2, adjusts out to 553. The applicant has brought up condition issues, landscaping, and we believe that the stipulation, like what Mr. Denham mentioned earlier, of 550, which we offered, takes into account anything that would have been brought up under a condition issue. With this property being 2007, it's not going to be worn and dated, and as such, and yes, the applicant says, I'm going to put the best sales pitch I possibly can in the listing, but the fact that she was able to rent it and continue to rent it and continue to get an increase in rent shows that the property hasn't depreciated. So we're looking for the board to take our suggested value of $550,000. Thank you.
Thank you. You may present your closing arguments.
Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, with the footage difference, the builder is only proposing a few thousand difference. So I don't think I should get 30,000. And then if we compare to other upgrade, this comparable is actually having much more upgrade than my place. So other than the size 4,000, the upgrade should give me the minus instead of plus. And then the rental, yes, the rent is $100.50 more than a few years back, with 6 months that I couldn't find a tenant. But I do have to mention that appraised value is increased since a few years ago from 400 something until now, high 500. So I am saying that even if you're thinking about the rent is increasing, but that little increasing is already reflected when the appraised value going from 400 something to low 500. So in my opinion, it shouldn't jump all the way up to high 500.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No? Shall we deliberate on this one at the end also?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to deliberate on this one at the end, as with the first one we heard.
So we'll take all of the information and the testimony under submission.
Okay, so we'll take all of the information, testimony under submission, and we'll talk about it behind closed doors, and we'll have a verdict later on.
Okay.
So you get the decision from me. I'll issue it to you in writing within the next few days.
Okay.
Or if you want, you can call me.
Sure.
And maybe tomorrow I should have it available for you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to do the next one now, or just have a break for lunch now?
I need to break it up. I'd say we take our lunch break now.
Just do it now, right? Because this
You're
will be
on.
half an hour. The next one. Okay. Lunch okay now?
I think that's nice because if the applicant gets into their presentation and then the board decides that let's break for lunch, it splits it up. I think it would be better for the process.
Okay, great. So we're going to take a lunch break now. We're going to come back and hear the next two cases after lunch. What time, Brandon?
How long does the board want? Does the board want to come back at 12:15, 12:30? Current time is 11:40. 12:30?
12:30 give us time, yeah. Yeah. So, are you saying 45 minutes, correct?
It's at the discretion of the board.
Do we want a 45 minutes or do we want a full hour?
Whatever is the pleasure of the board. I have no
20 to
decision.
12, come back at 12:30? This was 12:30.
Okay, 45 minutes. We'll be back at 12:30.
12:30. So I'm going to put the board off the record real quick. If anyone needs to leave anything here, you can. I'll make sure the room gets locked up, and then I'll come and unlock it shortly before 12:30.
Which you could take a walking down on
And we are back on the record. Time is 12:30 p.m. We are at item number 72, application number 15-11303 for Limelight Investments LLC. I've handed out the application to the board members. Findings of fact have been requested and paid for on this application by the applicant. This is a residential property located in Piru. It is a January 1st, 2015 appeal. I believe it is a decline in value. It's kind of hard to tell based on this application. And then if the assessor's office could give us an overview of the issues, please.
First point, should the applicant decide to withdraw their request for findings of fact, the assessor still wants findings of fact?
Okay, we'll make sure that happens.
And
They
you
paid
can
months.
put it on Ms. Viveris's bill if so inclined.
Okay.
Give him an overview. Okay.
Assessor's office, you want to give us an overview?
Absolutely. This is a property located at 189 Park Street in Piru. It is also known as the Piru Mansion. It is a property that is under the Mills Act. It is a decline in value appeal as of 1/1/2015. The burden of proof rests with the applicant, as it is not a primary residence. The key point of contention is under the Mills Act, we have to value it the lowest of three different values, either the factor baser value, the income approach or market approach, or the restricted value. So the lowest of the three values is what goes on the roll. And the applicant is here today saying we calculated and incorrectly and enrolled the wrong value.
Okay. Thank you. You want to present your case first?
See eye to eye, but I do appreciate you taking the time this morning to hear my case. I believe the clerk is passing around the evidence, and if you turn to the first page, you'll see a summary of the claims that I'll be making today. The first is the assessor rightly pointed out, I'm making the claim that the assessor incorrectly used the Prop 13 value instead of the Mills Act income approach. And I don't know how familiar the board is with the Mills Act, so if some of the information I'm presenting is already known, apologies in advance.
It would be very helpful if both parties brief the legal statutory provisions that support the rules on Mills Act valuations for me, and I'll try and take very good notes.
Okay, great. I'll read directly from the Board of Equalization, Article 1.9. Historical Property 439.2A1 states, where sufficient rental information is available, the income shall be the fair rent that can be imputed to the restricted historical property being valued based upon rent actually received for the property by the owner and upon typical rentals received in the area for similar property and similar use where the owner pays the property tax. Now, the Mills Act income approach to value can be calculated on two different methods from that description. One is the rent actually received, and the other is from typical rentals received in the area. And in line with that, I've provided two cases for how the income approach can be calculated. The first is to look at the lease between the property owner that is subject to the property tax and the property operator who is leasing the property and operating the property. That's the easiest or simplest way to decide how the income is achieved on the property. For typical rentals received, we'd compare to similar properties. Unfortunately, there isn't anything similar in Piru, and so we looked at Ventura County as a whole. If neither of these methodologies, even though it meets the definition, was appeased the assessor, I provided 2 alternate methodologies as well, using the income approach. The first would be actually the value the assessor made in 2014-15. So the assessor's own estimate was fantastic. It was spot on. It was a great estimate and properly reflected the property before it was changed in 15-16. Or finally, the actual income generated by the property operator. Even though the operator isn't the property tax payer, isn't liable, that's also sufficient data to use for the Mills Act if the assessor chose to. So those are 2 alternates. So 4 methodologies that could be used to determine this calculation. Now the reason why this is critical is actually claim number 2. It's not just that the assessor hasn't used the right methodology, it's the implications of not using the right methodology. And that is the breach of the intent of the Mills Act to begin with, which I entered with the County of Ventura. So the intent of the Mills Act, the reason why the Mills Act exists, is to help property owners that own historical properties maintain and rehabilitate those properties at their cost, at their burden, but with relief on their property taxes to help pay for it. So there's a very stringent process that you go to with the County of Ventura's Cultural Heritage Board, with the Planning Department that I went through. Nicole Donner was the Planning Department. She, at the time, was in charge of the Cultural Heritage Board and facilitated that process. And you have several hearings before the Cultural Heritage Board. They visit the site, and they give their recommendations for how to best rehabilitate, how to best put the property back to its original condition, and the costs associated with that. And that's what goes into the contract. What goes into the contract is you, the property owner, you, the applicant, are now liable for the next 10 years to meet these conditions and bring this property back, rehabilitate it, restore it to great cost. And in exchange for that, your property tax will be calculated on the lower, as the assessor suggested, so that you'll get relief. Now, I'm going to read directly from the California Government Office of Historic Preservation Mills Act Tax Abatement Program. How does the Mills Act benefit owners of historical properties? Answer. Owners of historic buildings may qualify for property tax relief if they pledge to rehabilitate and maintain the historical and architectural character of their properties for at least a 10-year period. The Mills Act program is especially beneficial for recent buyers of historic properties and for current owners of historic buildings who have made major improvements to their properties. Mills Act participants may realize substantial property tax savings of between 40% and 60% each year for newly improved or purchased older properties because valuations of Mills Act properties are determined by the income approach to value rather than the standard market approach to value. So the Mills Act contract that I entered with the County of Ventura obligates the County of Ventura to use the Mills Act income to value approach with the intent to provide that 40% to 60% savings in exchange for the applicant's contractual obligation to cover the cost of that rehabilitation, which in my case comes to a total of $386,500 in the contract over the 10-year period. Thus, the assessor's failure to use the income approach to value violates this obligation. Now, if you turn the page, you'll see a summary of that Mills Act contract, the 10-year rehabilitation plan. You'll see how much is obligated in each year for me to spend rehabilitating the property. So years 1 through 4 have already been spent. Some of the obligations in year 5 and year 7 have been paid in advance. And you'll see that the total over the 10 years comes to $386,500. The expenditures to date that have actually been made come to a total of $197,000, as well as the fees associated, both County of Ventura fees and consultant fees to enter into the Mills Act contract. And what's very important to understand is there is no benefit to the property owner for entering the Mills Act whatsoever outside of this property tax relief. It's not like a landmark where you've got certain kinds of protections about having to do things to meet code. There's no other advantage to entering the Mills Act contract. In fact, there's tremendous stipulation. You can't do things on your property without getting Cultural Heritage Board approval. Of course, they'll come in annually, check that you've done everything. You're under much stricter oversight because of that property tax relief, if that makes sense. Now, in the packet, you'll have the Mills Act contract itself. For review, you'll see that tabbed. I included the receipts from Ventura County and the consultants that helped prepare the package, as well as receipts. The majority of the rehabilitation had a lot to do with landscaping, so I actually included the receipts from that landscaping so you could see some of the costs that went into meeting the very detailed rehabilitation plan that was put into that Mills Act contract. So what I'm asking from the assessor is to honor their end of that Mills Act contract and provide that 40 to 60% relief, which they did in 2013-14 and 2014-15 successfully, before reverting to the Prop 13 value in 2015-2016. Now, when I communicated with the assessor's office, they got these methodologies as options. They have the option. As you can see from the definition of the income approach, they have the flexibility. It's not set in stone. You can use the typical rentals. You can use the income approach. And it's based on their definition of what that income approach is. So it is in their power to meet their contractual obligation to provide that 40 to 60% relief. But I've gone ahead and provided 4 options to assist in our dialogue today. And that's what I've provided previously before we got here today. The first is probably the easiest to understand, which is the rent actually received by the terms of the lease between the property owner and the property operator. That is a $12,000 a month lease, which is $144,000 annually, less property and liability insurance. We also have earthquake insurance. Brings a net of $119,205. When you apply the assessor's percentage to that income, you come to an assessed value of $1,206,819, which would represent a 47.6% relief to the Prop 13 value. It would be in that range, and the assessor would successfully meet its obligation. The lease agreement is enclosed, as well as the insurance policies for your review. If the assessor says, well, we don't like that lease, we don't think that lease is fair, we don't think it appropriately meets the value, the definition did tell us we can do something else. We can look at typical rentals within the area. And so what I did is I looked at the top 10 rentals in all of Ventura County on Zillow as of this month. You'll see the addresses here on the left. The rent, with the highest being $40,000 a month, and the 10th being $8,400 a month, and their last sale value, which is also provided on Zillow.com. So you'll come up with a ratio for what the property is being listed to rent for relative to what the property sold for. And if you apply that ratio to what the mansion, the 829 Park Street was purchased for, you'll come up with an implied rent. This is what the rent should be based on an area comparable. And I've done that for each of the 10 comps we have listed here. You'll see that it ranges anywhere from $6,800 a month up to $16,300 a month. But when you average those 10 comps together, it results in an implied rent of $10,864 a month, slightly less than the $12,000 that's on the lease. Less the property liability insurance and the earthquake insurance, the income approach value using typical rentals in the area comes to $105,573, or an assessed value of $1,068,812, a 53.6% relief to the Prop 13 value. Once again, a methodology the assessor can use to meet its contractual obligation under the Mills Act. Those 10 listings are in the back under rental comps. You can view each one. There's some pictures. There's lots of information directly from Zillow.com. Again, the property insurance policies are included as well. If the assessor feels that these are not adequate comps, and the assessor feels that the lease was not adequate, here is another methodology employed by the assessor's office in 2014-15. They took our rental rate. The rental rate for overnight accommodations at the mansion is $2,500 per night. Given it's Piru, we don't have a lot of midweek overnight accommodations. It's usually just the weekends. And so we operate at an estimated occupancy of about 25% per year. When you take that rental rate by the 25%, the estimated rate is $18,750 per month, or $225,000 annually. And since we are operating in the red, our expenses are greater than the cost, the assessor just applied an expense ratio of 55%, which I thought was very fair, to come up with an income of $101,250. This was the assessor's own estimate in 2014 and 15, and it was spot on. It provided a 50% relief, 51% relief, met their Mills Act obligation, and would be fine to revert to that value from 2014-15 as an option. I've got the historical property worksheet from that year that the assessor provided, as well as the questionnaire that was sent to the property to help them make that estimate. Finally, if all three of these methodologies are unacceptable to the assessor's office, they have a fourth option. I think it's probably least compelling, but I've provided it for the board to consider. Even though the property owner is liable for the property tax, and it's the income received from the property owner, you could look at the property operator and see what are they generating in overnight rentals to come up with what could the property generate from an overnight rental basis. So the easiest way to determine that is to look at, on a quarterly basis, the revenue that's been generated from those accommodations, which is supported by the bed tax, the TOT that's paid to Ventura County. The total rent comes to $197,500. Once again, the assessor applied a ratio in 2015-16. They lowered it from 55% to 50%. I still think that's adequate, which brings the income to $98,750. Using their ratio, that implies a value of $999,763, which is a 56.6% relief. You can probably see why I included it as a fourth option. It has the most relief. So it would obviously have the greatest benefit if the assessor chose to go with this fourth methodology. Included in the packet are the bed tax statements to the County of Ventura to substantiate the total rent, as well as the historical property worksheet that was used by the assessor for that year. So just to conclude my opening statement, in 2014-15, the assessed value of $1,050,700 met the County of Ventura's Mills Act contractual obligation by providing 51% relief from the Prop 13 value. In 2015-16, the assessor changed that value. The assessor proceeded to increase the Mills Act income to value based on their misinformation, and in so doing violated its contractual obligation. When this was brought to the attention of the assessor, they refused to make the correction. That's why we're here today. I'm now offering 4 different options, 4 different methodologies that all meet the definition to meet so that the assessor can meet its contractual obligation and provide that relief that was promised. And here's a summary of those 4 options and the relief that they would provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions so far?
I know that was a lot of information.
Now, just curious, this is operating as a hotel, different rooms, you rent different nights?
It operates as a vacation rental. And so it's not different rooms, different nights. You actually rent the entire property's 8 bedrooms at once. So that makes sense. So that's why it's $2,500 a night. It's for all 8 guest rooms, not just a single individual guest room.
In the valuations that you presented, has the cap rate that you've used been influenced by statutory requirements? How did you determine the cap rates that you were applying to the flows of income?
The cap rates on the typical rentals that we compared to?
I'm
on the
looking
income?
at your...
Oh, I used the assessor's rate. So
Okay.
on the assessor's worksheet, that 9.8% that you see there, that was straight from the assessor's worksheet. 9.8776, that cap rate. And
It's
I
the
just
same in each case?
It's the same in each case because it's what the assessor used in their 2015-16 calculation. So I took it straight from their worksheet. I don't know how they arrived. They have their methodology for arriving at that cap rate. It probably has to do with industry dynamics and things like that.
But you're not disputing the cap rate
No,
then?
I'm not. Cap rate is fine.
Okay.
This mansion's being used as a vacation rental. Is the operator renting it from the owner?
Yeah, so the operator that is taking care of the mansion is renting it from the property owner, from Limelight Investments LLC, and is operating the property in 2 ways. One is the simple rental that we just talked about, which is the vacation rental, and then they're also doing a wedding venue operation. And so they will actually, on the exterior of the property, provide coordinator, provide security, provide oversight, marketing, touring as such to host temporary special events on the exterior of the property. So there's an operating business and then the overnight accommodations, which applies to the interior of the property.
What is the rent that the operator pays monthly or annually for the property?
$12,000 per month.
Any further questions? I have none.
Is the wedding venue, is that within that, is that addressed in the income?
It is not. So the income that you're seeing is the overnight accommodations, which I thought best fit the rental definition. The other businesses that are running per the operating permit, we have a conditional use permit. Of course, significant oversight, rules and things that pertain to the business that operates outside of the mansion. That's not a rental per se, but an actual operation with management, staffing, and so forth. So that's a separate business line.
And that income's not included here?
It is not.
Okay, can the assessor's office tax based on that income?
That is the point of contention. So
Okay.
what I think they will present when we sit down is they sent a questionnaire to the operator. The operator filled out that questionnaire with the wedding income included. That was sent to the assessor, and the assessor said, well, this is a lot more than the rental information, and they wanted to define rental as all the income that's coming through, even business-related type ventures. So that is actually the point of contention. I tried to clarify that and say that's a business, a wedding business. It's not just pure rental of the property like overnight accommodations. Since we're trying to get to the spirit of what is the Mills Act rental or typical rentals in the area, that's referring to a rental of a property. Furthermore, obviously, I pointed out by using that methodology, since it's in the assessor's discretion to use that methodology, they'd be in breach of the contract. I said, so why entertain that additional legwork in order to actively try to breach your commitment?
Okay.
When you obtained other similar properties from Zillow, were any of them historical properties, or were these just the top most expensive
Just the
rentals on the
top,
market?
yeah, they were just the top most expensive 10.
So how many, I noticed, I was looking at them, they seem to be like 3, 4 bedrooms. I mean, I'm just what I picked up on.
Yes.
How many separate rooms does the Piru location have?
It has
Or accommodations?
It has 8 rooms for accommodations. A lot of the properties, about half the properties you saw there were right on the ocean views. Piru is not call it as significant of a property value prospect as an oceanfront property in Oxnard or something in Ojai. Certainly Piru is a small farming town, and so, it's hard to get a comp like this. And so I just went with the most valuable properties. Some of them you'll find a couple that are 6 to 8 bedroom in there as well, that are more inland, but again, not in Piru, or even Fillmore, or even Santa Paula. Nothing like this exists there to use as a comp that I could find.
Did you make any adjustment for how many people could be accommodated? The beachfront house that has 3 bedrooms versus the Piru facility that has 8.
The best I could do was look at other vacation rentals. And the other vacation rentals were so much higher, commanded so much more on a per bedroom count. You're talking about places where you want to go on vacation. No one is vacationing to Piru, that it would have seemed preposterous in a presentation. So I wanted to use the best information I could to try to value what is the fair market rent for a property in Piru that is this unique. It's very difficult to put a finger on.
Okay. Well, any questions from the assessor's office?
Yes, we have a few. Christopher Horn for the assessor's office. Sir, thank you for all of this information. One of the things that you repeated was that the assessor is under contractual obligation.
That's right, yes.
Okay. Did you enter into the Mills Act with the assessor's office?
No, with the County of Ventura.
Which department?
Not a department, the entire county department. Not the planning department, not the Cultural Heritage Board, the County of Ventura.
Okay. Will you be kind enough to show me, since you provided a copy of the contract, where it says the assessor is obligated contractually?
The contractual obligation is what you stated at your opening comments, which was how you go about assessing the lower of the 3.
Thank you.
The intent of the contractual obligation is to provide that property relief. Otherwise, the Mills Act would not exist.
Okay. On page 1, on the page 1, claim number 2.
Yes.
Down at the bottom, it says question and answer. It says the Mills Act participants may realize substantial property tax savings of between 40 and 60% per year.
That's right.
May, not shall.
Right.
Okay. So there was no guarantee when you entered into this contract that you were going to get a reduction of 40 to 60% per year.
Would the Mills Act exist if it didn't? Would it even exist?
Would it exist?
Would it exist?
That's a hypothetical that
Okay.
I'm not prepared to address.
I'll be more specific. Since there is no other benefit to a property applicant other than the 40 to 6% property tax relief, would any applicant ever enter into a Mills Act contract, thereby necessitating the existence of a Mills Act contract that has been structured and created for the rehabilitation of historical properties within the County of Ventura for the benefit of the County of Ventura in exchange for participation with a property owner? So, it wouldn't exist.
On the lease tab, the signature page.
Yes.
The lessor is Limelight Investments, and the lessee is New Hall Mansion LLC.
Yes, that is correct.
And you are the manager of both of those?
Correct.
Okay.
That is how
So you've got the full property. The full property is yours, and you set up a secondary business to handle the mansion, the rental part?
Or I should say, I made sure that I was the manager of the operating entity so that I could protect the property from the operator's activities. That is how I ensure that they abide by conditional use permit, that they don't get basically out of line. So I, as a part of the stipulation of this operating agreement, I demanded that I be the manager of the LLC, of the operating entity.
Okay. The other income that's in question, and the reason why we're here today, you mentioned was the wedding income.
Yes.
But you also mentioned that the house rents for $25 a night, $2,500 a night?
Yes.
Okay. $2,500 a night times 30 comes out to be $75,000.
Sorry, times 30?
Yeah, 30 days.
I would love to be able
No,
to.
no,
make
no,
it-
no,
Yeah.
no, 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 I understand.
Okay.
Trust me, I know.
Sure.
So, but based on this approach, this is more of a boutique hotel, boutique transient resident type facility or approach to it. So, and don't get me wrong, if you could get $2,500 a night, this would be nothing to you.
Right,
Okay.
exactly, exactly.
So-
We're barely hanging on as it is. Yeah.
So, no, I understand that.
If it helps the assessor, we actually don't even make the week available. There is so much maintenance. I don't know if that helps.
And the
No one would
assessor,
rent it anyway.
the assessor understands that and understands that with anything, there's going to be, with any transient location, there are occupancy issues. Okay, so, but I appreciate you noting that. Again, I'll just hammer home the point. On the last page of, I guess it's the Mills Act contract, it says conditions. Well, it's before Exhibit D, or it's Exhibit C. That makes sense. The back side of the first page. Are we there? No? Okay. You're there.
Backside of the first page.
Oh, no, the backside of Exhibit C.
Sorry.
C or D?
C.
Oh,
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. I was going by the tab.
Okay. Under conditions, it says the historical property contract provides the potential for property tax reduction in exchange for agreement to rehabilitate and maintain a historic building. Okay. This statement, along with the may, shows that it's not a guarantee, and it's something that you hope to benefit from. And in essence, we'll get into our presentation in a second. The invoices that you provided.
yes.
I'm seeing invoices stopping at 2013. Were there any invoices for 2014?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I wanted the book to only be so thick.
Okay.
It's a very long list of property rehabilitation and things. And so I tried to pick out one aspect to help reflect.
Okay, so you focus on the landscaping issue.
I thought it was a big part. It might help convey some of the work that's been done.
A moment, please. Assessor has no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
If, with the board's permission, I have a question. Oh, I'll wait till you do your presentation.
This is applicant's exhibit 1.
Actually, I do have a question for the assessor. Is it the assessor's position that any one of the individual 4 methods presented by the applicant violates the provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 439.2 dealing with Mills Act valuations?
Yes.
I would be very interested in the assessor's elaboration of that answer whenever the assessor believes is appropriate to present.
The reason why we're here is because we disagree with not including all of the rental income. So that's his 4 are fantastic, but they don't capture the wedding income, which is what we're including in our presentation. So we believe that the 439.2, due to the fact that the lease is signed in both places by the applicant, we feel that's slightly suspect. So between that aspect and the fact that all of the income isn't being, the rental income's being shielded, with regards to the wedding division or branch or whatever you want to call it. So that's, if there wasn't additional income hanging out there, then we may not be here today. I can't say we would or wouldn't, but his approach only goes after the rental of the house itself and nothing else.
Question for the applicant, if I may. Go ahead. To the applicant, on your tab that says lease,
Yes.
the first page of the lease,
Yes.
item 17, VRBO, and private hotel and event venue.
That's right.
Event venue would be the wedding
Correct.
venue.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
The operator operates both the accommodations and the events.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
property owner does neither. It's not that the property owner is operating the events separately or something like that.
Okay.
The income that's derived by the property owner is from the lease.
From the lease. Okay.
Okay, I have a question. On your alternative method number 4, where you list each of the 4 quarters' incomes,
Yes.
is that motel only, or does that include any
Right, that is
wedding?
the accommodations.
Accommodations only.
That you pay bed tax on.
Okay.
Yes.
Do people rent out the mansion for the weekend and not get married? Or is there a likelihood of
Yeah.
they both?
Family reunion often, or birthday party.
Okay,
or
so
just,
then-
you don't get a lot of tourism in Piru, so it's usually
Right, so-
some form of celebration.
Okay, so you have a family reunion. You're still doing party setup, right? It may not be as elaborate as a wedding, but
Well, the critical distinction is that the interior of the mansion is not an event venue. The interior of the mansion is
Okay.
accommodations only, and that's
Okay.
very important by my operating permit. It's very important for a multitude of operational reasons, because of the historic integrity of the property and so on. And so to really think about the inside of the mansion as strictly an overnight accommodations place is
Right.
not only appropriate to our actual operation, it's legal by our use permit. And thinking about the grounds as a event venue is the right way to kind of parcel it, if that helps.
Okay. But would you say that the draw from the house being historical is what brings people to the grounds to get married and have other venues?
I wish that were the case. We have found that it actually has a lot to do with the services that you provide, making brides' lives a lot easier. I thought going into this that the mansion could kind of hold on its own, but folks don't want to get married in Piru unless, unfortunately, I don't mean to any offense, but that's not a wedding destination.
No.
And so I was an error in judgment, and it's why the numbers are what they are. So we try to use both the mansion's exterior as a beauty and charm. But it has a lot to do with our ability to tour a bride on the grounds and communicate that it'll be an easy process and all the other things that go into picking a wedding venue.
Do you have venues that use the grounds for weddings or whatever in the daytime and then not rent the facility at night?
Yes, so you
Okay.
can do just the
Okay.
venue and not do the overnight accommodations.
Okay.
That, of course, is an option.
Okay.
Yes.
Any further questions? I think I'm all set. No. We're all set. Assessor's office, you can, if you're ready to present, unless you have more questions.
No, I was about to say, we're ready to present.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay, go ahead and present when you're ready.
Yes. Do you want to share this one or you want to give them to?
No, sure. Have you doodled in this one?
No.
I think we'll take that.
Wow, we're tall. Usually. Whoa.
Exhibit A has been submitted for the record.
Just to back up, Brian, this is applicant's Exhibit 1.
Yes, previously applicants Exhibit 1 was submitted.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. I don't think we've read that into the record.
Thank you.
Ready?
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. Nadia Viveros with the Assessor's Office. As mentioned before, this is a decline in value appeal as of 1/1/2015. The subject property was appraised for the purposes of this appeal, consisting of 11,213 square feet of Mills Act property, sitting on a 393,194 square foot lot. The subject property was purchased on 7/12 of 2012 with a purchase price of $2,150,000. The property entered into the Mills Act on December 18th, 2012, which is the recorded date, and that's the date that we go by as the date that the Mills contract was established. The current value enrolled that is being appealed is $2,304,599. Pursuant to R&T Code Section 439.2, the assessor must annually value a restricted historical property using the income approach that follows the specific provisions of Section 439.2. The assessor is required to enroll the lesser of the three values, the subject's factored base year value, its restricted value as of lien date, or current market value. As of January 1st, 2015, the total factored base year value is $2,304,599. The assessor's evidence includes the following approaches to value pursuant to R&T Code Section 439.2. The sales approach, which was only used for the allocation, for the land allocation only. The income approach, for the restricted value, we use the subject's reported income was capitalized, and for the current market, we use the current market rents. So we did the two income approaches to arrive at the restricted value and the current market value. So the appraisal prepared concludes the following: the market value of $3.1 million, the restricted value of $3,001,295, and this is broken down into $2,840,000 for the mansion, which is the restricted value for the mansion alone, and then we added $161,295 for the guest house, which is the factored base year value for the guest house. If the way we do that is, it's dictated in the R&T code that if a property or a section of that property is not included within the Mills Act, we cannot put it under the Mills Act, or we cannot do the restricted value. We have to enroll the factored base year value for that property or any additions. So if there's new construction and it doesn't consist of rehabbing the mansion to its historical aspect, then it's not part of the Mills Act. We have to assess it as a typical, like we do a typical garage, a typical guest house, or whatever the case may be. So in this case, it was determined that the guest house was not part of that Mills Act. And then the factored base year value of $2,304,599. So if we go to pages 3 and 18, we just have several pictures of bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchen, the dining room, the breakfast room, library, living room, attic, and basement. The attic and the basement are also used as rooms, so it's a full-on room with its dining area, kitchen, and a living area. So the attic and the bedrooms and the basement, are fully built to be used as that. Our records indicate that it's a 9-bathroom, 9-bedroom home as a Mills Act property. Page 19, I don't know if you want to take a couple minutes to look at those pictures. And towards the end, we also have pictures of venues that have been held at the Piru Mansion. We have exterior pictures of it too, pool area.
On page 19, there's a box within an irregular space. Is the box the mansion?
No, the box is not part of the property of the mansion. That's owned by a different entity. So everything aside from that is part of the Piru Mansion or New Hall Mansion.
Is the guest house the building at the top of the parcel?
The guest house, I believe, is maybe the building to the right. Do I have that correct?
In the top corner.
Or in the top corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's guest house.
And the reason the count is different, 9 and 8, is that's where the manager's overnight.
Okay.
So that was just an aerial of the Piru Mansion or New Hall Mansion. Page 20 is the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 439.1, which explains what a restricted historical property is defined as. So I don't know, do you want me to read it out loud or?
Go ahead, yeah, read it.
Read it out loud? Okay. For purposes of this article, restricted historical property means qualified historical property as defined in Section 50280.1 of the Government Code that is subject to a historical property contract executed pursuant to Article 12 of Chapter 1 of Part 1 of Division 1 of Title 5 of the Government Code. For purposes of this section, qualified historical property includes qualified historical improvements and any land on which the qualified historical improvements are situated, as specified in the historical property contract. If the historical property contract does not specify the land that is to be included, qualified historical property includes only that area of reasonable size that is used as a site for the historical improvements. So the restricted historical property is the improvements along with the land as specified on the contract, or if it's not specified, what we assume is reasonable for that size of improvements. Page 21. 21 is also goes into detail into how we should assess a historical property, and I'll get more into it on page 23, which is the 439.2 RMT code.
Where did these guidelines come from, if you know?
From the Revenue and Taxation Code. Page 22, we have a property tax annotation, which is a 500.0030, which explains what I had just mentioned earlier. If it's new construction or any improvement that is not in the Mills Act contract, we cannot consider it part as a Mills Act contract. It has to be assessed as your typical, instead of if it's a garage, your typical garage. If it's a detached guest house, your typical detached guest house. We cannot assess it, the restricted value for the Mills Act. It has to be the current fair market value for that property.
For the entire property or just the guest house?
Just like the guest house in this case.
Okay.
Okay. So page 23, we have the 439.2, which is it states, valuing enforceable restricted historical property. When valuing enforceably restricted historical property, the county assessor shall not consider sales data on similar property, whether or not enforceably restricted, and shall value the restricted historical property by the capitalization of income method in the following manner. A, the annual income to be capitalized shall be determined as follows, which he went into detail in regards to how it should be dictated, so I'm not going to repeat myself. It's the same thing. But in this case, it says similar property and similar use. Similar property and similar use, the highest and best use, is what it's currently being used at. It's not being used as an SFR. It's being used as a boutique hotel, boutique hotel with an event venue. So the similar use for this property and the highest and best use would be such as that. Your boutique hotel with the event that you can conduct. And it goes more into detail as to how we should assess the Mills property. And 24 just goes into more detail in regards to that. And I will go ahead and touch some points on that when we get to page 25. 25 is our historical property worksheet. And what we have used here is, if we see the interest component of 4.25%, that is something that the state dictates to us. And on page 27, we have the letter to the assessors number 2014/041 that states, and it's highlighted, in the valuation of enforceable restricted historical property for the 2015 assessment year is 4.25%. So that's where we get the 4.25% for the interest component. We also have a risk factor that the state tells us what we have to use. For an owner-occupied is 4%, and for a not owner-occupied is 2%. In this case, it's not occupied by the owner. It's being used as a boutique hotel, motel, and an event venue. And that is also stated in page 24 under C, and it's highlighted. The capitalization rate to be used in valuing all other restricted historical property pursuant to this article shall not be derived from sales data and shall be the sum of the following components. 2, it says a historical property risk component of 2%. So that's where we get the 2% for your risk component. So we get, with all the other factors added, we get a capitalization rate of 9.8776. We took the reported income that was provided to us, and that is on page 26.
Can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
You use a amortization rate of 2.5. Where did you get that? What part of the statute did you derive that from?
It's not in. That's the component that.
C4.
C4.
Mm-hmm.
C4.
component for amortization improvements shall be a percentage equivalent to the reciprocal of the remaining life. I find it hard to understand that. It's the first time I've dealt with that statutory language. Can you tell me how that translated to 2.5?
We looked at the remaining life of the property with the fact that it's being rehabbed and came up, the calculation sheet didn't make it into the presentation, but there's a component that needs to be added, much like when you're forecasting yield rates. You add in an extra component to the initial cap rate. So what we're doing is we're bumping the rate up an additional 2.5%, which in essence is going to bring the value down.
What was the assumption of the remaining life for the property when you did
What was the assumption?
Yeah.
As in the number of years?
Yes. Useful.
I believe we went with 40 years, but due to the fact that it's a continuing to be, there's really no shaving off the 40 years because it's a perpetual, as it's under the Mills Act and continues to be, or remains under the Mills Act, that 40 years is going to remain constant. Okay. Does that make sense?
I think I understand. You're saying rolling 40 years.
It's going to be like a rolling 40 years because under the applicant's contractual obligation, he has to continue to upkeep.
Thank you.
So midway through the worksheet, it says non-owner occupied. We used a rent per month of $47,892. Per year, it's the $574,703, which is the income that was reported on page 26 under income, events, and lodging sales, $574,703. We used an expense of 50% to arrive at a net operating income of $287,352. Capitalize that, we arrived at $2,909,123. We deducted $67,500 for personal property, and we arrived at a restricted value just for the mansion and whatever was included in that Millsack contract, the land, for $2,840,000. And on the bottom, we have the enrolled value. We have the Prop 13 at $2,304,599, and then we have the Millsack contract, which is your $2,304,599 plus the factored base year value of the guest house of $161,295, and the final conclusion value for that was $3,001,295. As mentioned on page 26, it's a P&L that was provided to us for calendar year 2014. Page 27, as mentioned before, it is the letter to the assessors, number 2014/041, which dictates the restricted historical property percent of 4.25. Page 28 is our income analysis worksheet. Once again, we used a similar use, your typical boutique hotel motel with the event venues. In this case, like I said, our record indicates 9 rentable rooms. We used an average daily rate of $129. Times our 365 days per year, we arrived at the $423,765. Allocated 40% for vacancy. we went ahead and added wedding ceremony, which we estimated 7,000 times 52 weeks with 40% vacancy. For that added 218,400. Minus our expenses, our reserves, and we arrive and with a cap rate of 7.2 plus the property tax allowance, totaling 8.25. We have a value of $3,151,060, less personal property of $67,500. We have a value conclusion of $3,100,000. Page 29 is our comparables. There is Ventura. We have the Victorian Rose Bed and Breakfast on Main Street, which is like a little bed and breakfast, which ranges from 109 to 179. We have several in Ojai. We also have the Glen Tavern Inn in Santa Paula, which is more of a hotel, but that also provides the ability to do events. Our value range was between 109 to 304. Average value range was 153 through 221, and the assessor's reconciliation was the 129. So that's where we arrived at our $129 per night for our income analysis on page 28. And as we can see, we went towards the lower end of the value range. Page 30, these are all properties that are, most of them are mansions. Some of them are also considered historical properties. And there are throughout California. We have some in Los Olivos, Santa Barbara, Camarillo, and Los Angeles. And what this is, it gives us a breakdown of what the rates are for events. So, as mentioned, New Hall Mansion, we have it anywhere between $8,000 to $16,000 for the ceremony and reception. They have a special going on of $16,000 for lodging for 20 people, exclusive use of grounds, from Friday noon to Sunday noon. And they have, it looks like an average wedding cost for 100 guests at $17,000 to $25,000. We have other ones at Firestone Vineyard. It's $7,000 plus for just the ceremony and reception. We have the Camarillo Ranch in Camarillo, which is $5,000 plus for ceremony and reception. We have the Simpson House Inn, which is for the ceremony and reception. The rental fee is $5,000 plus, with 15 rooms for 2 nights at $15,000. So that's just to give you an idea of how it compares to New Hall Mansion as a lodging facility, along with the events that they're holding at that facility. Page 31, we used it for the occupancy rates, which is the occupancy is above 60%. We used a vacancy in hours of 40%. Page 32 is a breakdown of our cap rates that was used. Properties located throughout California, one being Ventura at 4.5% cap rate, Pierpont Inn. Our reconciliation for this was 7.2%, which is in the higher end of the cap rates range. Page 33 is just our sales comparables for the land allocation. And then on the bottom, it also states the personal property, how we arrived at the $67,500 to allocate for the personal property. And we use the Marshall & Swift section 65, page 4. At the cost per room, $77,650 times the number of rooms, 9. We're using the current cost multipliers and local multipliers. At 80% good, that's how we arrived at the $67,500 for the personal property allocation. And for sales comparable, for the land, we came to a land allocation of $2 million. Pages 34 to 37 is just correspondence between the taxpayer and the assessor's office. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions from the applicant to the assessor's office?
Yes.
Okay.
Only one question, but with a preface.
Okay.
I heard a few words prior to your presentation that caused me the most concern. And this will lead up to the question that I have for the assessor. The first was indicating in the contract with the County of Ventura the words may. The words may result in property tax relief. And the insinuation that, therefore, it's a hope that the property owner might get some property tax relief for entering a $386,000 contract that has absolutely no benefit to the property owner, aside from a little bit of relief to help pay for it, to take care of Ventura County landmark number 4, something that is important and of historical significance. I did not enter the Mills Act contract with a hope of achieving property tax relief. I wouldn't have even started the process. That took over a year to complete. That's the first thing that gave me cause for concern, is the insinuation that this is, well, I hope I get something for entering a contract like this. Boy, that would be nice. The second thing that caused me concern were two other words that I heard from the assessor that I feel takes it away from the facts that are being presented in a very cordial way and feels a little bit more invasive, and that was the word suspect. He said the fact that the lease is between the operator and the owner is suspect, he said. And second, that he is trying to shield something. If I were trying to shield anything, you wouldn't have all the information that you have today. And if there is something suspect about me intentionally, and with full knowledge to the county as I went through a very challenging conditional use permit approval process, to protect this property by putting myself as the manager of the operating entity, I don't see anything suspect or shielded in anything that I presented today. Where I see something suspect and shielded is I didn't hear in that entire presentation, this is still leading up to the one question that I have, thank you for bearing with me. The one thing I did not hear in that entire presentation was any substantiation for why that wedding income should be included. I saw calculations. I saw cap rates, all of which I support, but not a single argument. Instead, what was piled into a presentation were comps from Beverly Hills and Santa Barbara on page 30 for your reference. Not even in an attempt to provide a meaningful comp to achieve what we're trying to achieve today, just to put some information out there that makes this sound like a much more glamorous property than it really is. It's the only thing I can ascertain from that. So the question I have for the assessor, when you say suspect and shielded, is, who is the suspect in the room when I've entered an agreement with the County of Ventura that says I'm going to take care of this property in exchange for relief? And yet you go through the trouble of doing a stack of paper this high and all the analysis and all the Beverly Hills and everything else simply to not fulfill the intent of that contract. All this work, why? What's being shielded here is not my income. It's all on the table. It's all in books for y'all. What's being shielded here is the assessor trying to squeeze as much as he can, and hiding behind the very first question that the assessor asked. Is your contract with the assessor's office? In an attempt to say, you know, it was with the planning office, it was with the Cultural Heritage Board. That's what they're trying to shield. So my question to you is why? Why go through all this trouble? Why go through all the work that went into this and bringing us here today to simply not honor what the County of Ventura entered into with me, a constituent, to take care of that property? Why?
Okay. Your question has multi-parts. So the suspect part wasn't directed to you personally. What it was directed to was that the contract itself may not be market. Okay?
Great.
To the shielding was the amount of wedding information or wedding income that was being shielded from the calculation of being included. I wasn't trying to say that you were trying to hide it. You provided the income statement. At no point am I casting aspersions on your character. So that wasn't my intention. We understand that you entered into a contract and you are taking this property from whatever condition it was in at the time of acquisition to bringing it up to today's condition, today's historical condition. Okay. The assessor, with improvements, depending on what the improvements are, has the right to pick up value if they're going beyond just bringing something up to code. If something's run down and in less than market condition, and you bring it up to market condition, then we're not going to pick up value for that. If it goes beyond and becomes ornate and opulent, much like the Pyra Mansion, then we have the option of picking up value for that. With the Mills Act, we're not picking up for any of this rehab whatsoever. So you are getting some benefit for that. Okay. Yes. Yes, we did go to similar properties outside of Ventura County because in order to come up with comparables, sometimes you have to go outside the immediate area. And if you look at the value at which we reconciled with the income on a per night basis, we went to the low end of the range. If you look at the wedding venue, what was it, $7,000 per night? That's also at the lower end of the range. The capitalization rate we use wasn't towards the 6.3, it was at the 7.2. We're trying to take into consideration that, yes, we're using comparables outside the area, so there is room for adjustments. We're trying to play it safe in our calculations. And you asked multiple parts. Did I address all of them? I don't know.
I appreciate that you addressed the suspect.
Oh.
That's why I do appreciate that. That's why I provided 3 additional methodologies.
Yeah. No.
I appreciate that you did address the shielded. I do appreciate that.
Yeah. No. It's not.
I think the biggest one that didn't get answered.
Okay.
And I think I know why, though I don't want to insinuate. The question that didn't get answered is why, when you have the discretion to choose a value income approach methodology that honors the intent of this contract, would you willfully and continually, to such a great degree that this is prepared, choose not to? Choose not to. That's all that's happening here. And that's the part I can't get my hands around.
Oh, okay. The assessor's obligation is to value the property. Okay. That's what we do. Okay. We have to look at 3 different approaches. We look at the factor base year, we look at the restricted value, and we look at market. Okay. Factor base year value is your sales price, just factor 4. That one's easy. The market, as I explained, we use the 129 for rent, threw in something for the wedding venue, took into account the occupancy, because you're not going to be 100% occupied. We know that. And the reason why we did that in this approach is because the lease contract even says this is a private hotel. And you mentioned $2,500 a night. Yes, you would love to get that. No, you're not going to get. If you were to get that, you're not going to get it for every single night. So we're trying to be reasonable on our end in establishing what market value would be. And then there's the restricted value. This is where the biggest rub is between your opinion and ours, because you're going with just what the contract rent is, and we're taking into consideration the other income as well. And for us, we look at the 3, and we've enrolled the lesser or the lowest of the 3.
So that's where the rub is. That's where the rub is. The rub is I'm presenting you with 4 methodologies on how the income approach can be taken and fulfill and satisfy the intent behind the contractual obligation. And you're choosing in that rub not to go with any of them. I mean, that is bold. Without any substantive justification other than there's a rub. We see things differently. I understand the assessor's responsibility to value a property. But you have a responsibility to the County of Ventura to honor the contract that's been entered, and you have that choice. That choice is there without any violation, without any, not suspect, not. It's laid out very easily. In fact, you even exercised it in 2014-15 and 13-14. So, I understand why I'm not getting an answer, so I'm going to stop pestering Mr. Murren.
No.
Fairness, I'm not getting an answer because there is no answer.
The answer is, with the market value, we use similar properties. And like I said,
Beverly Hills.
No.
Okay.
And no. But if you look at the range of those included, we went to the lower end of the range. Okay.
Beverly Hills, Santa Barbara, and Los Lunas. Okay.
And also Ventura and Camarillo, Piru, or not Piru, Santa Paula.
But even using those comps, that's the problem. This packet, your cap rates are fantastic. You're taking the lower end of the range, fine. I've got no disagreement with the way you went about that. I'm saying, why choose this wedding income component that we have a rub on in an active violation of the intent of a contract I'm in with the County of Ventura to provide relief, when you can just as easily avoid the rub and pick and choose a perfectly good other methodology?
Okay. So
that's
all right.
The question.
Let's see if I get this. You want us to disregard income that's been disclosed to us,
or use another methodology? Use
the
typical rentals, or
R&T
use your own estimate.
The R&T code tells us we have to approach it one of 3 ways. Okay, and that's what we're bound to. That's what we're bound to by the BOE. And because of this rub, and which is why we're here today, this is why we employ these people.
Yeah, no, I know. Thank you. That's why they're here. But all these approaches do satisfy. They do satisfy. If there was a hair salon in the mansion, if there was another operating business, it would not come into play. It is the rental income received or typical rentals in the area. These methodologies satisfy that. You have the option as the assessor to choose one, and you're just actively choosing not to.
439.2 states, yes, income or similar use. Similar use is not being an SFR. The similar use of this property is, as your lease states, bed and breakfast, event venue. Similar use is not an SFR in this case. Similar use as dictated on 439.2 is the bed and breakfast, event venue. Therefore, private hotel, I apologize. Sorry. Private hotel and event venue, and that's what we did. We assessed it at the current market value as a private hotel. We used the boutique hotels, the inns. We even used the Glen Tavern, which is a hotel in Santa Paula.
One in Ventura County. Typical rentals received. Typical rentals received. Rentals, rental income.
I feel like we're.
I think we've asked and answered.
Right. I think unless there's anything else, maybe we should move to closing arguments.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm looking at the assessor's worksheet on page 28, which has the lodging component and the wedding income component both reflected on that page. And I see that the assessor has used a 40% vacancy rate, and I note from the applicant's discussion of the vacancy rate, or how estimated occupancy rate, the applicant on the method 3 said there was an estimated occupancy of approximately 25% at that Piru location. And Piru is more off the beaten path than Santa Barbara would be, or some of the other locations. Maybe similar to Santa Paula, but not the other locations. Why did the assessor go with a 40% occupancy rather than the 25% that?
The assessor will be happy to adjust his calculation to 25% if he'll allow us, the applicant will allow us to go to 2,500 a night.
I have another question. And I noticed, I looked at the applicant's tab, assessor and TOT, and because I was just wondering what support was there for the 25% vacancy, and in that tab there was like a monthly income rack out where he mentioned currently at about 8 nights at 2,500 a night. So that seemed to come in at 25%. My next question is on the capitalization rate that was used on the assessor's page 28. It includes the property tax, but all of it combined is 8.25%. Why aren't we using?
Because this is market. This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with the restricted value. The restricted value in that calculation. We get those numbers shipped out from the state, throwing the amortization, and that's how we come up with the restricted value percentage. This, because we're using market rents, market vacancy, market wedding income, this is the market computation. So what we're doing is we're pulling in the market cap rate from hotels, motels, whatever, and factoring that in.
But shouldn't the vacancy rate be, if there's historical demonstrated evidence of a certain occupancy rate, shouldn't the vacancy rate, even if the assessor's otherwise using the market factors, shouldn't the vacancy rate be what that place in Piru can achieve?
Well, let me throw this question out to council. Do you think the $2,500 a night plays a factor in having a lower vacancy, as opposed to us using $129 a night?
I would think supply and demand would influence how many
yes.
people pay 25
So,
versus 129.
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to look at market rents market vacancy, market cap rates, and go from there. And even though they're getting their vacancy or their occupancy is 25%, they're getting a much higher dollar per night. So if we start looking at taking that and calculating it, that steers away from the request that's being made of us to look at the market approach, what market rents are dictating. We've come up with a range of market rents. We went to the lower end.
Is there something conceptually that would throw the assessor off from using one of the methods that the applicant had presented, but tacking on the stream of the, the wedding income or the other similar use income that's been realized and coming up with some kind of composite?
We ended up looking at his actual rental income and then throwing on the rental component or the wedding component. You're doing a hybrid that I'm not comfortable putting my name to. Okay? Because with the contract being at $12,000 a month, then you're throwing on, so you're talking about $144,000. Well, is that rent in anticipation of a certain percentage of vacancy? And because of his name appearing in both signature places, again, I'm not comfortable doing that. So the short answer is no, the assessor's not willing to do a hybrid of those two.
But would it make sense to go to his method number one, where he just uses the annual income and substitute the $144,000 with something that includes the wedding? Included, for example, on your page 28 on your hotel income analysis, what if we were to use that at number 259,962 that reflects the expenses and the deduction for the reserves? Would that be an appropriate technique? And then subtract the liability insurance, earthquake insurance to get a net rent, and then divide it by your cap rate? Did that go too fast?
The $12,000 per month is for the SFR, if it was to be rented as an SFR. So the $12,000 per month. Do you have 12,000 divided by 30?
I'm trying to. Divided by
30.
So
what is 12,000 divided by 39?
So you're talking about $400 a night per room, or $400 a night for the mansion. So, or for the property, and then divide that by 9. So you're coming up with $45 per room.
No, I didn't suggest that. I don't believe. I was.
You were saying to take his income of the $12,000, add for the event venues and all that, right? But the $12,000 is only for the SFR. So if we took
the house only, I'm thinking instead of using that $12,000 or $144,000 for the year and substituting it with this 259 number over here, and then dividing your cap rate out.
No, because the $12,000 only is the SFR, and the SFR is not what we're assessing. We're assessing
but
the.
I'm capturing the other income from the weddings and putting it in with the house. So I'm getting wedding and the house in one calculation.
Well, the $12,000 per month If you divide that by 30, you come up with 400. Divide that by 9, you're coming up with a room at each bedroom at $45 a month, or $45 a night. So, no, that's not acceptable.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
After expenses. He's using a revenue number as if it costs nothing to run a hotel. And that is the error in that. That is the flaw in that logic. Obviously, the 45 would be the net because you're using income, not revenue. You have housekeeping, you have amenities, you have shampoo in your room, you have a whole host of expenses, including marketing, including management. That's all been detailed. So when you say 45, that's the income that's being generated, not the revenue. But okay, so there's a bigger problem going on. But,
Okay. Are we ready for closing arguments at this point, or are there more questions?
A couple questions.
Okay.
Okay. To the assessor, prior years, the income approach was used. Did that address the venue, the event income?
Okay, so in prior years, what was the issue then and why it was much lower was, as I stated, it didn't enter the Mills Act contract until December of 2012. The property was purchased in July 2012. It entered the Mills Act contract in December of 2012. So for the 13, obviously the event venues and the bed and breakfast weren't running, and that was what was stated at that point, along with the 2014-2015. It was stated that the business was just starting, there was nothing much to be able to provide. Therefore, yes, we did base it on whatever income was provided at that time, because there was nothing else more to base it on. It wasn't until 2015 when the venue and the bed and breakfast, or the private, hotel, as stated, was established already for a year, then we have that income to base it off on, which is the highest and best use, which is the similar use of the property. And therefore, you see that difference between the prior years and the 2015-2016 year.
Okay. Okay. To the applicant, the bottom line on the event, the weddings, all the events on the exterior, what's the income on that?
You'll see it actually in the assessor's packet.
Okay. Is that the?
Unfortunately, it doesn't help us very much.
Okay, it says.
If you see it in the assessor's
on page 28.
Packet, it is actually page 26.
Page 26.
The income of both lodging and events is $34,736. That is the bottom line.
Okay, and you agree
from the operator's perspective, not from the owners, from the operators. Okay. What the assessor decided to exclude in its income approach, that of course I'm here to disagree with anyway, but now if I were an advocate of the assessor, I would say, assessor, the very top item that says financing, that includes the rent and the loan on the property, he excluded those from the calculation. And that is where he arrives at a much higher and more substantive income level, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Again, I'm in disagreement with the use of this entire page for these purposes, but at least if you're going to do it, take in what is the reality of the income that is generated by this property. Again, just for the record, I disagree with this approach, but if you're going to, do it right.
So on this approach, the expenses, those are expenses on the total package.
Exactly. This is the operator's expenses, not the owner's expenses.
Okay. So are you saying it's only the owner's obligation under the Mills Act that should be addressed?
I'm saying the owner is obligated to pay the property tax, and the way the owner's income is calculated should be along one of those four methodologies that I presented. They're arguing, no, we can use the operators. And I'm saying, okay, if you insist on using the operators, which I disagree with, and of course I think you're overstepping bounds because you're actively trying to breach your obligation, but if you insist, then at least look at the overnight accommodations, which is what a rental and the meaning of rental is renting out the mansion for overnight stay, whether that be a traditional rental that rents for the month or a vacation rental that might rent for shorter periods of time, a short-term rental, which, by the way, is the only permit that I have. They're using language like hotel and bringing in these amazing properties from Beverly Hills and Santa Barbara. I do not have a hotel operating permit, nor can I. It's a residential, agricultural residential zoning. It's not a hotel. The language on the lease that says private hotel and event venue is colorful. It makes it sound a lot cooler than it is, but it's a vacation rental, and that's what my permit is. That's what I pay TOT on. That's how we operate. It's not a hotel, nor can it be a hotel by the County of Ventura's own jurisdiction. So the comps that are used, when they make the argument, hey, let's look at these other hotels and hotel occupancy rates, it's not a hotel. It's legally not a hotel by jurisdiction of the County of Ventura. So that all gets thrown out, even if you did believe a hotel in Beverly Hills was a comp for the mansion in Pyro. I don't know if that helped or made it worse. I'm trying.
It's getting clearer.
Interesting. Okay.
So the people that are under the Mills Act contract,
Is
the
the
parties
owner.
are the owner,
Owner
and
only.
the county
That's right. The owner and the county only.
is your position.
Yes, not
To
the
the
operator.
assessor, who are the parties under the Mill Act that are to receive the benefit of the potential benefit
The
of the Mills
potential
Act?
benefit
Who
is
who
the-
gets that? The owner?
Well, it'd be the owner.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Pays property taxes.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Any further questions? Shall we proceed to final comments?
The applicant brought up a couple of points that I'll address now in closing. He doesn't like page 26, and it's understandable why. But financing, like he said, includes the rent and the dynamics of debt retirement. And debt retirement isn't an allowable expense in the income approach. We never include it. So that's the reason why we didn't include it here, is because we don't include it. Yes, it's colorful language to say, private hotel and event, but he wrote that language. He signed off on that language in 2 places. So we're following highest and best use. That's what this comes down to. We value this property highest and best use, which is what one of the criteria is for us when it comes to market. Again, the obligation of the assessor is to come up with a value and enroll the lowest of the 3. The factor base year value, the restricted value, or the market value. The factor base year value of $2,304,599 is the lowest of the 3. That's why it was enrolled. At the end of the day, you are going to have to decide whether or not to include the hotel income. We included it because it's part of the whole dynamic. And we explained that we didn't believe that the contract between himself and himself was a market contract. So, we'll wait for the board's decision, but we're asking that the board sustain the value that is currently enrolled. Thank you.
Thank you.
estimated this to be 15 to 20 minutes. Clearly, the assessor was right in saying that's conservative. So I'm not going to take a lot more time in this closing statement to poke holes in a lot of what I heard from the assessor in this packet, poking holes in the hotel designation, poking holes in why are we going to Beverly Hills, and a lot of the things that I brought up, some of the calculations themselves, the rental rates, the vacancy rates. I am on board with any assessment, any calculation that the assessor comes up with. The four I've presented, or the hotels outside of the County of Ventura, the cap rates that they have substantiated, and all the work that went into this, if it provides the 40 to 60% relief that was promised to me as part of entering this contract with the County of Ventura. I understand, as he rightly pointed out, the attorneys for the County of Ventura are very wise to put in the word may. I am not saying that the relief is a contractual obligation. I am saying the relief is the intent of the contractual obligation. That contract simply wouldn't exist in the state of California if not for this. And if there was no way to assess on an income-based approach that would achieve that, I could understand. But there is. And that's where the assessor says, it's up to you if you want to include wedding income and the wedding expenses and get into the nitty-gritty of all this, that's fine. As long as it achieves, include the wedding income. Just achieve the relief that's been promised to me by the county. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
Deliberate in closed session.
We'll deliberate in closed session on this one, and we'll have an answer for you after our next hearing.
Thank you.
Have a 10-minute recess.
And we're back on the record. Time is 2:24 p.m. We are now hearing item number 77, application number 15-11313 for applicant Thousand Oaks Investors LLC. I've handed out copies of the application to the board members. This is a decline in value appeal of a commercial industrial property for January 1st, 2015. Findings of fact are not requested by the applicant. Before we get started, while it is 2:24, I'd let everyone know we should try to get done before 5 p.m. if possible, just because there is an event occurring at 5:30 in this room tonight. I don't want to have to rush into it, but of course, take the time you need to present your evidence. But thank you for speedily presenting your information.
No pressure and don't stutter. Is this what you're saying?
If we could.
I'm out of 5. I need kids to pick up.
Okay, we're on the record. Court is back in session, and we have, let's see, Thousand Oaks Investor LLC presenting. Assessor's Office, you want to give a synopsis of what's happening?
Yes, this is an office building located at 2101 Corporate Center Drive in Thousand Oaks. It is a decline in value appeal as of 1/1/2015, and the burden of proof rests with the applicant.
Okay. Applicant, would you guys
Hi,
like to...
good afternoon. David
Good afternoon.
Perkins, Stephen Phelps, representing the taxpayer, Thousand Oaks Investor LLC.
Thank you, sir.
So what we'll have a number of handouts, and we'll try to distribute the handouts as we get to that section. So PowerPoint presentation is just a big overview of what we're going to be talking about. If you go to page 2, really the second page, you can see a shot of this property. So pretty standard single-story investment use property. There's 2 tenants. The 2 tenants have 100% of the building, so it's about 50-50. I think one tenant's 49,000, the other one's a little over 50,000 feet. 25,000 and 24,000. The total property itself is about 49,000 feet in rentable square feet. It's on 3.26 acres. It was built in 1986. It's classified as a Class B office building. It's really kind of a flex space. So one of the tenants that's in there, they have office space as well as some just kind of some assembly and test area as well. So it's kind of a multi-function use where really if you look in there, it's just one big open floor plate. So any of the offices that you would have would be partition walls. I mean, nothing spectacular. If you took out the two tenants and you were just looking at the real estate without the tenant improvements, it would just be one wide open footprint straight across all 49,000 feet. So about midway point, there's a separation wall between the two tenants, and then within the two spaces themselves, some of the areas have partition walls for offices or conference rooms, whatnot. So I'm going to, I think I lost our clerk, so I'll hand out the next set.
Oh, he's hustling back. He didn't go far.
Keep you on your toes. There should be 6 copies here. All right, thank you.
So the first exhibit, I assume the board chair wants that marked as exhibit number 1, and this next one is exhibit 2.
2, yeah. Okay, the first one is exhibit 1. This would be exhibit 2.
So I'll have you unclip, take the little black clip off of Exhibit 2. And what, real high level, these are the leases. There's going to be 3 here. There's going to be an original lease, an amended lease, and then an original lease. So the first one is an original lease for Xeris. If you flip to, really the only thing that's a note that I wanted to show you here is about page 3 is the rental income page. And so I'll give everybody a moment to get there. There's a box there. It has rental income, month 1 through 10, and this was signed in 2008, was $1.89 a foot. There was some abatements. Clearly, it's a different time frame than January 1st, 2015, but that's why we have the second amendment, which is going to be the next paperclip. Page 3, if you would. And this was signed in 2013, July of 2013. You'll note in the box, the first box is $2 and $2.12. Let's round it to $2.13. That's the exact same rent as the last box of the last one prior to the amendment. It's just at the time of the effect, you still had some period of time left over. Note the new rent at $1.40. And what this lease says, and we don't have to go through every line item of the lease, but what this lease is, in effect, is it's $1.40 so that the owner does not have to do TIs. So in any lease transaction, typically you would have, let's make up numbers here, $1.50 would be your rental, and then of that you'd be providing $20 or $30 in tenant improvements, and then you would get some net number, which is your real rental number. Here it's $1.40 in lieu of doing any type of tenant improvements. So whereas before, in 2008, we entered into a deal at $1.89, and I'll talk a little bit about the terms of the lease as well. But first, let me just show you what the last lease is, which is Carnegie. So the last paperclip set, and if you go to page, let's hope it's in here. Oh, there it is, page 6. Should be another table. Again, I think this was a 2009 lease. Yeah, 2009 lease. The starting rent was $1.45, and then it escalates, whatever it is, 3% per year is pretty typical, up to $1.78. So, what are both of these leases? Both of these leases are what's considered a modified gross. So, there's a couple different types of leases that you could have. You could have a full service, right? I pay my rent, everything's included, all my operating expenses, property tax, etc. You could have a net lease, in which I pay my rent, and then in addition to my rent, I pay what's called an additional rent, which would cover my CAM, my property taxes, and anything else. And typically it'd be CAM and property taxes would be the two major ones, and then net lease. This is a modified gross lease, so it fits someplace in between. So let me describe the in-between. Both of the leases have what's called a base year, not to be confused with our Prop 13 base year. but they have a base year for their contract. That base year is typically the first year of their contract. That fixes in time what's included in their lease rate for operating expenses, property taxes, etc. So they cannot be charged any additional rent for those things that were included in the base year. However, anything in excess of the base year operating expenses, utility prices go up, right? My energy bill goes up, my property taxes go up because of my 2% trend on my base year value, that type of thing. All of that can be considered additional rent. So I have my base rent. So specifically for the amended lease, it's going to be $1.40 is my lease rate, and then I'm going to pay additional rent for anything excess of my base year, my new base year, which is 2013. So in 2014, 2015, if those utilities go up, I'll pay additional rent above my $1.40. Okay? So both of these are modified gross. So they kind of fit someplace in between what we typically see on an office building, which is a full-service gross, everything's included, and then more of our distribution warehouse and spaces, which are generally a net lease. Okay? So back to the PowerPoint. Page 3. I think what I'll do here is we have an appraisal we'll hand out, but let me first talk about what the value issue is. We think the value should be $7 million for this property. We have an appraisal here, which I'll hand out, that was done by a third party. It opines on both a lease fee value as well as a fee simple value. And for the board, I'm sure you're familiar with commercial properties. You can't have a commercial property with contract income without having a lease fee opinion, right? There's contracts in place. It necessitates the need to talk about the contracts, which generally will be a lease fee. Same thing with sales comparables. Properties that have similar income in places are all going to be lease fee comparables. And what we're saying here is this appraisal opines on both. It provides both the lease fee as well as the market fee simple. What the appraisal states is that they believe the contract rents to be in excess of market, is what it states. The appraisal itself was done February 2015. The lien date is January 2015. I do understand that there's a month difference. This appraisal was not done for property tax purposes. It was done for financing purposes. And much like marketing brochures, right? Marketing brochures, as we sat through the hearings today, it's the best, it's beautiful, it's gleaming, right? Finance appraisals are exactly the same way. It is typically your top-end value because it's done for credit and financing purposes. They don't come in and give you 50% of the value like you would get with a property tax appraisal. They come in and say, well, I think this thing's only worth, $10 a foot. Financing appraisal is completely different. They're looking at what would the lender lend in a maximum situation. So what the appraisal does not do is it does not allocate between land and building. It just gives one value. So we have done a separate analysis to come up with the land value for purposes of the allocation. In comparison, on the right-hand side, the assessor's value is $8,330,000. Based on our information belief, I think it's a factored base year value, the $8,330,000. We've tried to confirm that a few times, but I think $8,330,000. What is the factored base year?
The factored base year value is $8,977,466.
Thank you. That makes a lot more sense because the math just would not work at $8,330,000. Thanks. So this is less than the factored year base value. We'll go through some of the other exhibits. I think the 2014 value was at $7.6 million. The 2015 value is at $8.3 million. So this property has had Prop 8 declines before and is now apparently rising back up to the factored base year value. So you'll see the assessor has a land allocation. That's part of their case. But let's get into, before I give out the appraisal, I just want to set the stage with the legal component of what we're looking at, and that begins on page 4. So we all know RTC 51A is we're here to just say, our fair market value is either going to be factored year base value or it's going to be fair market value under 110, whichever is less. And then 110 is our willing buyer, willing seller deal. And then Rule 2, it really kind of sets the stage with, we don't care about the contract leases, we're after market. And market could be higher or lower. And I suspect, I don't know what the assessor's case is, but they're probably going to tell you that market's higher than our contracts, and we think it's lower. In any event, flipping the page again, Rule 4, before I get back into the income approach, the sales approach, the reality of it is the sales approach, I don't care what comparable we get, if it has income in place, a contract in place, it's going to be a lease fee. And we don't know without investigation whether those leases are at market, above, or below. So I think in the income approach or income producing properties, the sales comparison is going to create some type of problem. It can't just go unadjusted. We have to make some type of adjustments to it. Specifically under 4B2, there's a requirement to convert the sales price encumbered with the lease to something at market. Next page, under Rule 8, I think we would all be in agreement of the purpose of the income approach is the property under appraisal is typically purchased in anticipation of money. That's what this is an investment property. In valuing property encumbered by a lease, the net income to be capitalized is the amount of property would yield if it were not so encumbered, effectively at market. And then Rule 8E, recently derived income and recently negotiated rents of the subject property and comparable property should be used in estimating future income. And that becomes a very important component here because while we have contracts in places, we also have a 2013 amendment that substantially changes the rent for 50% of the space, and that 50% of the space looks exactly like the other 50% of the space. So we have a recent lease signing here that is not inclusive of the other things, tenant improvements and what have you, that should be on the personal property roll. So with that, let me hand out the next exhibits.
I believe, Mr. Chair, we're up to number 3.
Yes, this would be exhibit number 3.
In effect, I'm going to do a page turn, but I'll do it really quickly. And I've flagged the pages that I want, so we don't have to go through all of it.
Okay.
But it's about the most efficient way to go through appraisal is just to do the page turn. So,
page 1.
Yeah, page 1. Thank you. National Valuation Consultants, they're obviously not here. We didn't bring a representative to be cross-examined. Hopefully that won't become an issue, but we'll certainly see. It was done, it's a prospective as-is appraisal as of February 15th. Prospective because the work was done in 2014, at the end of 2014. A major, I think the appraisal date of the report date is January 15. So it's listed as a prospective as-is because it's for a future valuation date past the date of the letter. So if you see the date of the letter on page 2 is January 9th of 2015, which makes it a prospective appraisal. Nothing spectacular here on page 2 in terms of the description. We've already described it. It's a single-story Class B suburban office building in Thousand Oaks, built in '86, contains 49,341 rentable square feet. The second highlight, as of March 1st, 2015, which is the start date of our cash flow analysis, the weighted average contract rent is $1.58 per square foot. By comparison, the market rent determined here is $1.45. So the appraiser is stating you have contract rent for $1.58. However, we believe market's $1.45. Very, very important from a finance perspective and for bank appraisals is that we only have 2 years left on, well, we have 2 years as of 2015 left on the lease. These leases are up in 2017. So what does the bank care about is, okay, you have income on the property. At some point in 2017, those tenants either will renew at some rate. Is it going to be higher or lower? And how long is it going to take them to renew? So a discounted cash flow analysis becomes a very important component of that, which this appraiser did. The other thing I want to note is that this appraisal is not a summary appraisal, it is a self-contained. So all of the evidence that supports the foundational pieces and the key metrics are included in the appraisal. Page 3, there's a box, gives the effective date, the conclusion, $7 million, and for $142 a foot. The $7 million here is their lease fee value. It is their lease fee value. In our PowerPoint, we are saying that it is our opinion of fee simple. And the reason for that is they have a range of values, and I'll show you that in their range of values, their lease fee is $7.4 million in the direct capitalization approach. Their fee simple in the direct capitalization approach is $7.3 million, a $100,000 difference. Their discounted cash flow is $6.9 million, which drives the majority of their weight, and a discounted cash flow analysis is inherently a fee simple analysis. And the reason for that is you have contract in the beginning, they drop out, you relet at market, you have TIs, so you have the full cash inflow and outflow, plus a reversion at the end. So it's inherently a fee simple analysis versus the sales approach without any adjustments is inherently a lease fee analysis. So that's why we say that, and I just want to set that out front. But we'll show you the differences there. If you want to see a picture, page 6. And by pages, I'm referring to my handwritten pages and the handwritten numbers. And the reason is because they'll have exhibits that restart at page 1, etc. So you'll see a picture on page 6. Overview on page 7 of the property. And one thing to notice about the overview is that everything in this park looks identical, right? It shouldn't be complicated, although there may be complicated. It shouldn't be complicated to figure out what the rents are in the area and the sales price. I mean, everything's pretty uniform. Everything looks the same. I don't think that these tenants would care whether they were situated here or across the street. It should be all the same space. What the appraisal notes on page 9, I'll give you a moment to get to page 9. The appraisal notes on page 9 that they believe, the appraisal believes, that in 2007 there was a total sale for $7.2 million. We've checked the county records. We were told 7.6. This says 7.2. I really don't know. 7.2 or 7.6 might work with the math to get to the factor base year. Either way, it's not all that relevant to what we're doing today, in that this was a 2007 sale. So, page 10, the highlighted piece, it provides, again, it just opines on what the market lease rates are, $1,740 per year, modified gross, $145 per month. And this is part of the inputs that are going to go into their discounted cash flow analysis. Page 11. This was the piece where I said this is how we can have $7 million for both a lease fee and a fee simple. You'll note their direct capitalization approach was 7.4. That's lease fee. The discounted cash flow, which is DCFA, is 6.9, which is inherently fee simple, and then you have a reconciled value of $7 million for that, and you have a sales approach of 7.2. So the range is actually pretty tight. And we'll get in a moment, I'll show you what they state the adjustment is. I think they state the adjustment is $189,000 from contract to market. There's a premium being paid of $189,000. In terms of value, that would be the present value, present worth of that contract difference.
Premium paid by the tenant, or?
Yes, the premium of value, right, that would be attributable to that. So okay. If, for example, $7 million was the market value fee simple, the lease fee would be 7.2, right, 200,000 premium okay. above because okay. you have contracts that are above.
Right, okay. Yep. Just want to clarify.
Mm-hmm. Page 41. So page 41, all this simply is the box in the middle is the ad valorem tax information. We did verify this. We have a copy of the tax bill if it becomes an issue, but I think this is correct. 7.6 million was the 14-15 assessment. What I'm noting here is that there's a 1.054% tax rate plus some direct assessments, gives you a total tax of $82,904. The reason I'm bringing this up is per our rule, Rule 8 in the income approach, is technically speaking we're supposed to take out the property tax out of the operating expenses for either a modified gross or a full service, and then load the cap rate, the discount, or the capitalization rate for the property tax rate. Technically speaking, that's what we're supposed to do. So with that, the appraisal here does not do that. I don't think it's an inherent flaw, or it's not a critical flaw of this appraisal. We've done a separate analysis on it. I don't think it's a critical flaw because they're opining that the assessment would be $7.6 million, which isn't that much more than the $7 million. However, in their discounted cash flow analysis, they use a program, a ad valorem tax function, which effectively balances the property tax based on the value that it kicks out. It's in effect a circular calculation, but you can do that in Argus because you basically wrote a computer program to do it for you. In the direct capitalization approach, you should technically take that expense out. You should not, however, take out the direct assessment piece because that is not based on value, so that would stay in the operating expenses. We'll show. We did a lot of analysis on this particular property. So we'll show an example of that later, but I don't think the conclusion changes at all. Page 42. The zoning of this property is M1. That's the highlighted component of it here. Light industrial. That's going to come into play when we pick our land comparables for the allocation only of the $7 million. Page 75. And page 76, if you can do it. You have a map on page 76 of where the comparables are. Page 75 are the comparables. So comparable number 1, this is for the sales comparison approach. Again, whatever the conclusion is, unless there's adjustments for the contracts, is going to be lease fee. Sale number 1, this is a short sale. It is specifically next to the subject, but for 2 factors. 1, it's a short sale, and 2, it's owner-user. The great thing about owner-user is it's no longer a lease fee. It's actually, in fact, a fee simple. However, it's a short sale. I have no idea what to adjust for the short sale. It's a range. We have no idea. Because, again, if you think about a short sale, you still have to get bank permission. It's still an arm's length transaction. Sure, it has a negative connotation as a short sale, but the bank is still going to require you to be at market. They're not going to take less for the property than what it's worth. So we really don't have a mechanism of saying where it fits. But we will say both the appraisal here as well as we also believe it would be the low end of the range. And so I think they opined here unadjusted would be $113 a foot. So whatever it is, whatever our value is, it's not going to be any less than 113. Okay? And then as you go through the rest of the comparables, I think it's helpful to look at the map because some of these sales start to get a long ways away from the subject, which makes them a lot less reliable. It's interesting to me within this little business park that we don't have more information because everything's the same. Obviously, it would make it easier. So sales 2, 4, and 5 are starting to get relatively far off. The summary of office comparables does provide, where available, the capitalization rate, the overall capitalization rate, which is great. The range that they have here is 5.10% for comparable 5, all the way up to 11.04%, wide range. Page 79, please. Page 79, this is, in effect, their adjustment grid. Gives a range of value. The range of value for the sales approach was $130 to $155 adjusted, and they concluded at $145.92 per foot. So really, I think there's our sales approach from this appraiser. Sales approaches from every appraiser are going to be different. I don't, in my personal opinion, it's an income-producing property, so I was trying to go through it quickly because the next section is income, okay? Which begins on page 80. And if we go to page 81 and page 82 is our map. So page 81, what does it do? It talks about the year of completion for the comparables. So for the most part, our property was 1986, and for the most part, they're all within the 80s range. Looks like Comp 4 is a little bit newer. Size-wise, Comp 1 is pretty large in comparison, and it's a 3-story. Comp 2 is pretty large. Comp 3 is about the right size, and then you have Comp 4 and Comp 5. What's missing here is the subject's actual lease, right? That's not present here, which is the new amendment. And typically with lease, so we all know that we sign a lease in year 1, and then it has some type of escalation. Most appraisers will state that when you're looking at a sales lease comparable, it's the initial year that you're looking at. That's the new lease signing, because everything that follows after that is just an escalation. It's almost always you're going to find 2.5% or 3% escalation. So we really don't care what the rent is midstream in a contract in year 5 of a 10-year contract. We care about what did you sign it at and what year did you sign it. And so we would put a lot of weight on that $140 because it was signed in 2013. Here again, they're doing a lease fee appraisal, but they will come back to the market and opine on the market, and we'll see that in a minute. So here's what they're seeing in the market. They're seeing these spaces, $30 for full service, $31.20 modified gross, $21.60 full service, $22 full service gross, $18 modified gross. So they're all over the map, and then there's lease terms and tenant improvements. You can see the map on page 82. Again, not exactly next to the subject, which does. So when we get to page 84, they go through the lease adjustment for the comparables, and they talk about downward or upward. In this case, it's all downward or slightly downward. And then they say, based on the applied adjustments, the subject should lease for a rate slightly lower than the asking rate of comparable 5. They go on to state in the next paragraph, the subject property is currently 100% leased, and estimating the market rental rate for the subject, an integral component is a review of the subject leases. The following table provides a summary of the 2 leases currently in place. Again, we've talked about these already. It's $140 for the amendment and $145 for the other one on an original lease. Page 86. Highlighted here, just again, the market lease rate, 1740, which is $1.45 per foot. That's what they think the market is. So even though our most recent amendment is $1.40, they think $1.45 is reasonable because they look at it in totality. Back in 2009, we had a lease signed for $1.45. In 2013, we have a lease signing of $1.40. And really, what they're, I mean, my professional opinion, and this is how we're looking at the market just generally as a firm, is we know we had a recession. What we believe right now is that we're sitting in the exact same place we would have been in 2015 had the recession, never occurred. So if we went from fourth quarter 2008 to first quarter 2009 without a recession, that's kind of the way our firm looks at 2014, 2015, is the rebound back to where it was at prior to the recession. From a market lease perspective, that's kind of what this is saying, is that we had the recession, we have now, and now we're kind of back to where we were at. So kind of a zero growth in that term. Lots of growth, right, if you're measuring compared to the recession number, but zero growth if you're measuring before and after. Okay, capitalization rates. Let's go to page 101. I'm kind of getting to the conclusions. We could obviously go back into the detail, which will always precede the conclusions. I don't really want to be on the 101 at 5:30 either. Just being honest.
You will be.
3 letters for you. PCH.
Thank you. Right. Three more numbers. 110 back. Right. Okay. Page 101. There was multiple approaches used by this appraiser to come up with the capitalization rate. They looked at the direct method, which would be market extraction. Again, it's always going to be a lease fee cap rate. They did the investor survey, which we always see. PwC, Corpaz says blah, 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 right? Integra did one, and they said blah, blah, blah. So they have that as well. In addition, they did a debt coverage ratio. Again, for financing purposes, the finance guys are going to look more at your debt coverage ratio, right? And so they did do 3 approaches to that. I think the debt coverage ratio from an income-producing property makes a lot more sense, but in the grand scheme of assessment value, we're looking at direct comparables and direct observable, which would be your market extraction method. But all approaches were used, and they concluded at 8.25%. Down below that, they have listed here the total excess rent above market to be $134,000. I think I stated $189,000. There's one additional element to it, which is one of the tenants did an HVAC repair, and so it's the amortization of the tenant improvement that's in addition. It's $189,000. But I think we'll see that on the next page here, page 101. Actually, let me have you flip back to page 87. I skipped over it. I did not highlight it either. So once you get to page 87, it's the bottom box. And the bottom box is the tenant improvement amortization of the, well, it's actually 3 components: roof, parking lot, and HVAC, $52,000. So where this kind of comes into play is on page 102. Sorry for jumping around, but I'll explain these numbers here. On page 102, we have a very standard direct capitalization approach that you would use for either a full service or a modified gross. You have your revenue at the top. You have your additional revenue. Then you would have your credit vacancy. In this case, they did 7%. You'd have your operating expense. Typically, you would take out real estate taxes here. They left them in. And then this concludes here, 7.3 million, the highlighted line, is what they believe fee simple to be because they did it at market rates. Down below that, they've added the present value of the above market rent, which is $134,000, and then they added $52,000 of present value of the TI amortization payments. So in all, about $189,000. I think if I have my math right, that looks like $186,000. Okay. Okay, page 108. They did a discounted cash flow analysis as well. Here are the summary of inputs for their yield capitalization approach. They did a 10-year holding period. They used market rates of $17.40 per year, which is $1.45. Escalation. They had 3% escalations. They had concessions, all the typical things that you'd put in. Tenant improvement allowance was $10 to $20 a foot, which is very average. They had commissions. They used a going-in cap rate of 8.25, a discount rate of 8.75. Generally speaking, difference between discount rate and our terminal rate is whatever growth we think there is. And so we use a discount rate to discount the independent cash flows, and then we use a capitalization rate for the end of the period. So there should be some differentiation in that, depending on what they're growing the revenues at. Sorry, go ahead.
Could you please just explain the difference between the acronym DCF and DCFA on that page?
I believe DCFA is discounted cash flow via Argus. That they use the Argus model to do it. On page 110, it is a snapshot of the cash flows that they use. Again, they base them off of the subject as well as what they believe market to be, and they go into a lot of discussion in each of their inputs. But it is here, I guess, was my point. Is I wanted to show you that they're, and it's also in the appendix. There's a whole section on all the specific numbers. Page 112. Page 112, the discounted cash flow analysis, the value was 6.9. In the reconciliation of the income approach, they had 7.4. That was their lease fee. However, they did opine on their fee simple, which was back on page 102, and they said that that was 7.3 million. And you don't have to flip back. I have a slide on it, I think. I have a paper on it somewhere. I think I have a slide on it. But in effect, what I'm saying here is you have 7.4 in your direct capitalization approach is your lease fee, 7.3 is your fee simple. Not a whole lot of difference, but that makes sense. If you only have 2 years remaining on your lease contracts, you're not going to have a huge burden associated with either above or a below market lease, right? So the discounted cash flow deals with this very well in that that's inherently a fee simple because it adds in all of those factors. So again, $7 million can be used as both the fee simple and the lease fee in this analysis because it was a range. So if instead of using 7.4, we use 7.3, right, in the direct capitalization, it's not going to change the appraiser's conclusion of $7 million at all. Lots of pages on comparables and income. The subject's actual income is also in here, as well as a rent roll, and all that stuff was provided to the assessor's office as well. There we go. I think I want to direct you to page 171. As the title suggests, it's the rent roll. Not a lot happening there. If you flip the page, you'll see the rent roll at that time. You'll see the two suites, Xeris and Carnegie. There's nothing else. It was 100% occupied. You'd see the annual percentages. On the right-hand side, you have these future rent increases, and one of the things it'll do is it'll go through and say, okay, your rent's going to be this, but you also have this additional rent component or rent feature. This is that excess over its base year. When you look at the income statement following, even if you're looking at these numbers, what you see is in a triple net, you have big numbers over here, right, for your property taxes and all those additional things. Or if you're a retailer and you have percentage rent, for example, you'd find those here. Operating statements begin on page 174. Not really a lot to go through. The numbers are here. They were used in the appraisal. You have total revenue of $799,000. You have operating expenses. They have them listed out. Landscaping, utilities, insurance, property. Flip the page. You have management fee, real estate taxes. Again, $81,000. You have a direct assessment as a part of that component, and then it gives you a net income of $590. And then there's a comparative one for the prior year on the next several pages. So with that, that is the appraisal. Thank you, Matt. And I can pause there if you have any questions about the appraisal, but I was going to go back to the PowerPoint. But I'll pause there if you have any questions.
I know you probably mentioned it, but what are our market rents current or in question, not current?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
What are the market rents, contract rents, or lease
the contract rents? The contract rents are the amended one in 2013. The initial lease period is $140, and the Carnegie lease is $145 was its initial. However, they do have escalations, so Carnegie is not at $145 currently.
Okay, but we're not talking about current. We're just talking
Correct.
about okay.
Yeah,
so
initial.
Okay.
So $140 and $145.
Okay.
Right.
So that's contract. Okay, good.
Correct. Thanks. I'm going to go to page 7 of the PowerPoint presentation now. And on page 7, I'm basically going to tell you what I just got done telling you, so bear with me. NVC did the appraisal. As I'm asserting, it's both a lease fee and a fee simple interest. The conclusion we use either way. It was fully contained. It's not a summary appraisal. It's all self-contained. It is pursuant to USPAP. It was not done for property tax purposes. It was done for financing purposes. It analyzed both the sales and lease comparables. It provided a sales approach of $7.2 million, direct capitalization of $7.4, lease fee, a fee simple of $7.3, and then the analysis indicated approximately $186,500 being related to the contract amenities, right? Both the premium and the TI amortizations. Discounted cash flow, we've stated it's inherently a fee simple, specifically when you have leases that are expiring in 2 years in your 10-year analysis. They talk about it at length. They talked about the contract rents. They talked about the market rents. They talked about how they drove their discount rates and their capitalization rates. And so I think for that reason, in terms of our opinion on the $7 million, it was very well, I think it was a very well-written appraisal. It was very sound, in our opinion. What they don't do, as we're moving here to page 8, is they don't tell us what our land value allocation is. I think there's 6.
I believe, Mr. Chair, this would be Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4, yes.
The Duff and Phelps appraisal is not a use path appraisal. This is just an analysis of the land. And again, it's only with respect to how are we going to allocate the land value, because that's obviously a relevant and a pertinent part of what we're doing. I don't think we have a map, but what I can tell you is, and I'll just go through it here. Comparable one is Conahoe Center Drive. I guess we don't list it. What's that, ma'am?
Conejo.
Thank you.
That's all right.
You can tell I haven't said that one out loud in front of it. I was waiting for that. All right. I'm wondering if we have distance away from the subject. I do not see distance away from the subject. I apologize. I do not have distance away from the subject. My understanding is that they're all relatively close. The compelling point here is they're all M1 zoned, which is what the subject is. It is an industrial zone. There's obviously an overlay for multiple commercial uses, but M1 is the zoning of it. The first comp is 7.8 acres. The second one's 0.87, and then you have this third one of 27.56. At the end of the day, doing land analysis is hard to find comparables and vacant properties. We conclude at $12 a foot. The assessed value currently today is $15 a foot. The range here is like 6 to 20. In our opinion, as a taxpayer, we don't really care. It's the total value that we're being taxed at. But I do understand the need to do the analysis. The range does suggest 6 to 20. Anywhere in that range is probably the right number. Obviously, it is the right number. We don't know specifically where until something near the subject would transact. And again, everything's developed near the subject, so the likelihood of getting something precise is going to be difficult. 12 to $15 a foot range is, would be a very solid, qualified professional opinion. The comps are listed there, but I'm not specifically going to go through them. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we will go to our conclusion slide. And really, at the end of the day, on this, one, we think, well, its fair market value is going to be the lesser of our factored value, or Section 110. It's going to be, we think, the heaviest emphasis should be on the income approach. And we think that the heaviest emphasis within the income approach should be based on the leases at this facility if they're recent signings, because it's going to give you the best indication what someone's going to pay for that particular improved property. There's only one sales comparison out there that is specifically near the subject and is specifically identical to the subject that is not lease fee because it was owner-user. However, caveated with it's a short sale. So we know it's the bottom end of the range. We just don't know how far down the line. So it makes the sales comparison approach very weak. And then lastly is I do, and I think the board should place a lot of weight on this third-party appraisal because it was not done for this proceeding. It wasn't there to try to argue the point of the taxpayer on the low end. It was telling the bank what the high end should be, what you should lend against it. So I think that gives it a ton of credibility, in our opinion. And you could argue sales comparables and say, well, it's 5 miles away or it's not. The bank doesn't care. What is this thing worth is what they care about. And I think the appraisers are doing their best. Everyone, it doesn't matter whether it's going to be the assessor's office or us or somebody else. It's subjective. But if they could find a way to support a higher number, they would have. It would be in the best interest of their client to do so. So with that, we'll rest our side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? Assessor's office, any questions of the applicant?
Was waiting for, oh no.
You have exhibits for your questions?
Wow.
How'd you get that done?
I just want to make sure before I start asking questions, there's no other documentation that you guys are going to have.
Maybe.
Okay.
All right.
Depends on what you hand out.
All right. This is what we're going to have fun. We're going to do a little chess match.
Oh my gosh.
This is entitled Assessor Exhibit D.
As Mr. Perkins was allowed to opine on someone else's work, I feel I should be allowed to do the same.
Okay, so this is his copy.
He stated that the value conclusion contained in this was the maximum amount for lending purposes, and I am of a different opinion. I feel he went in and said, "Listen, I'm gonna use some subpar data for a fudge factor." And if we flip the cover page to the first page, he talks about the weighted average contract rent is 158, and the market rate determined herein is 145. We'll touch on how he got to that. But if you flip the page, down at the bottom where it says page 63 conclusion, looking at the highlighted portion, it talks about how Thousand Oaks is recovering from the debacle. Flipping to the office comparables, Mr. Perkins stated yes, the closest comparable was a short sale. It was adjacent to the property, was a short sale. But even he admitted he did not know how much to adjust for that. So if you're that unsure about a property, why include it in your analysis? Net rentable area is not what you purchased. You purchased the gross. In a sales comparison, you purchase the gross amount, not the net amount. You end up getting the hallways and the atrium and all this other stuff. So using a net rentable isn't accurate. It would be more accurate for the income and not the sales. Also, 3 of these are from 2013.
I think we moved right into rebuttal.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if
Not even close.
waiting for the question.
Van Nuys, Calabasas, Woodland Hills, all 2013 sales.
This should be part of the presentation.
Flipping the page to
Okay, there's a one more page.
income comparable matrix.
Excuse me, Mr. Horn, are you giving your case in chief, or were you leading up to a question for the applicant?
No, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Thank you. So, in looking at everything that he has presented, how did he justify coming up with, first of all, using 2013 comps for a 2015 sale when there are other sales? I'm sure you discover sales, and I know we do.
Sure. I mean, just repeat the question so I know what I'm answering to.
So why are you putting so much faith in an appraisal with 2013 sales in it?
Well, let me answer the first question, which is why am I putting so much faith in it? The reason is as we both are advocates for our position, if I came in here with an appraisal, I guarantee you it would be less because I'm advocating a position. The same way you guys are advocating your position for the county, when you guys have a factor base year, you're stuck with the factor base year component. But when you do your analysis, you are advocating a position. Sometimes it's independent, but more often than not, it's an advocation of a position. This appraisal was not performed under an advocacy role. I'm putting a ton of weight on it because there is no intent or purpose or reasoning for this appraiser to try to deceive anybody. And it's a self-contained appraisal, so we don't have to go any further than the pages of it to find out exactly what they did. I don't have to ask him how he did his cap rate because he spent 20 pages on it. Right? So I put a ton of weight on it because it was well done, and it's it's self-contained. And then last, it's completely independent of advocacy. So I think it's a great appraisal. I mean, it was used to tell the owner what the property's worth and to tell the bank who may lend on it what they think the value of is, and it's only off by a month of the assessment date. So close in proximity. We don't always have finance appraisals that are done within a month, right? And if it wasn't, I'd have a lot more hesitation. And lastly, because it's lease fee simple is an issue, the fact that he has a discounted cash flow analysis, which, evens that out, I think meets all of the definitional requirements in California. And I know it's only been the last, probably 3 or 4 years that this lease fee simple has become really, front and center. But I think this appraiser did a really good job of informing the readers of both positions. So that's why I think it has a lot of weight. In terms of a 2013 sale, the reality of it is, right, we're looking January 1st, 2015, a 2014 sale. That'd be a good indicator. A 2013 sale, not as good, but it's within 2 years, right? Beyond that, I think, you get pretty weak, as well as you get too far beyond, March or so of 2015, and now you're kind of into what is going to be considered your value for 16. So I don't have a problem with 2013. I will say this, with all sales comparisons, we have an issue. What's our range? Is it Oxnard, right? Are we talking about Los Angeles here or this specific pocket in Thousand Oaks? It's a tough one. Sales comparisons are tough. So I think I've addressed both questions, but you tell me if I haven't.
Yeah, but you opened the door for another one. Regarding advocacy, I don't have a vested interest in the board's decision. Does Duff and Phelps get a commission for a reduction?
Yeah, we get paid we get paid our contract rate. So we're an hourly deal on this contract. So I sat here for a really long time today. So it actually turns out to be very good for me to sit in the back. No, we get paid to represent the clients, and we are their advocate. Absolutely.
You said we like at this table come to advocate. I come here to present a value to the board.
Sure.
I'm not advocating that, and I'm just trying to present information to allow the board to make a decision, because at the end of the day, it doesn't affect my bottom line.
Right. Let me just clarify, because I wasn't trying to put that in a bad light. I was trying to say is, if I brought you my appraisal, I would tell you till I was blue in the face, this is the right number. It's the only number, right? And almost every appraiser who puts out, their number feels that way. And I'm relying on this because, one, it's not my number, for which I'm an advocate, but two, it's completely objective of this process. So.
Okay. Regarding the income approach in establishing his $1.45 per square foot rent, in order to do that, do you realize that he would have to make an across-the-board adjustment to all of his comps of 30%?
Is that a question or a statement?
No, I'm asking, do you realize that?
Well, I've read his report. You have comps in range. The Xeris lease was $1.40. That's below $1.45. That was, it doesn't take any math to do that one, right? These other comparables aren't the subject. They're not within the complex, and they're the closest one's like 5 miles away.
Do you think it's a good analysis to make comments like downward adjustment, upward adjustment, and not try and put a matrix to it?
Well, I think it's okay from an appraisal standpoint if, let me say it differently. I think what's worse is when you try to apply adjustments without any mathematical support. I think that's the worst thing I've ever seen, is someone says, I made a 10% because it's appraiser judgment. Appraiser judgment based on what? Right? What's the 10% for? Show me the math calculation of how you went from here to here. He's giving you have both qualitative, right, analyses and quantitative analysis. This is a qualitative analysis, right? He's not stating the mathematical or empirical data says it's a 7%. He's giving you a qualitative analysis, and I have no issue with that as a reader of this report. None.
Okay. You stated the market rent, or the contract rent was $140
for Xeris.
For Xeris. And what was it for the other one?
It was $1.45 in the initial lease year of 2009.
Okay. All right. Randy?
Oh, something else?
Is this the beginning of your presentation?
No.
No, not yet.
Still.
Okay.
Hopefully this is it. And then he'll revive.
You don't know. We might just call it a day.
We have Assessor's Exhibit C has just been handed out.
Who is the liaison for Duff and Phelps with regards to this?
I'm sorry, what is this that we're talking about?
This appeal.
It's my client.
No.
I signed the appeal.
Right.
So it's my client. I mean, ultimately,
No.
I'm the one who's got to answer to. I'm not sure.
From the jumping off point, we were dealing with someone else.
Sure, as is typical with almost all my clients.
Okay. And that person is?
Travis Stewart. Is that who you're talking about?
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay. On page 1 of Exhibit C, this was returned by Travis.
Okay.
And it was a rental questionnaire.
Okay.
And it was returned blank. The second page is also a rental questionnaire for the subject, and it was signed by Raymond Ritz.
Uh-huh.
And on this, it says that the date the current rent was established was 10/14 and 11/14 respectively for the two tenants.
Okay. Is it a question of when the lease started?
Well, the question is, if this is the date the...
Do you have the leases? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Was there an amendment for Carnegie?
Not that I'm aware of. No. But we did provide you the full copies of all the leases.
Yes, but that information seems to contradict.
These are the leases. They're signed.
And I've got something from the portfolio manager.
So I mean, if there's an issue, we can go through it and get the number out of the lease. But typically, you have a lease sign date, you have a lease start date, so we could have a difference of those dates. But in terms of the number,
and you're utilizing the initial number when it was originally
correct.
signed, not the index number.
Yep, that's correct. And that's, I have the appraisal real estate if we have to go to it. But typically, that's what you would do, is because your initial year is your market year. Everything else after that point is an escalation that's a contract escalation. 2.5%, 3% is all standard.
All right. I think we're ready to move forward. Unless the
Okay.
board has questions.
Any questions? We're all set. You can proceed.
Good exercise for you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and this is Assessor's Exhibit A that has just been handed out.
Are we ready to start?
Yes, whenever you are.
Nadia Viveros with the Assessor's Office. As mentioned, this is a decline value appeal as of 1/1/2015. The subject property was appraised for the purposes of this appeal consisting of 50,895 square feet of office building sitting on approximately 142,000 square feet of land. Pursuant to R&T Code Section 51A, the assessor is required to enroll the lesser of a property's factored base year value or its full cash value as of lien date. As of January 1st, 2015, the total factored base year value is $8,977,466. The assessor's evidence includes comparative sales approach and income approach. For the income approach, we used the subject's weighted average rent of the two most recent negotiated leases, and that was capitalized. The appraisal prepared as part of this appeal case concludes a market value of $8,700,000. If we move pages 3 to 6, we have pictures of the subject property, front, back of it. Page 5 is the interior of one of the offices. Page 6 is the interior of the second portion of the office for the second tenant. Page 7 is our market sales comparison approach. We have 4 comparables. Sale 1 is Corporate Center Drive 2000, which is right across the street from the subject property, sold on 3/19/2015. We have the second one is on 299 West Hillcrest Drive in Conejo. Third one is on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and then we have a fourth one that is located on Verdugo Way. Making some adjustments to location, building size, parcel, vacancy, and design, we arrived at a value conclusion of $8,900,000, which is about or $175 per square foot. Our page 8 is an aerial of the subject and where the comps are located. As you can see, subject 1 and the comp 1 are in the same street across one another. Page 9 is our income approach. As mentioned, we used $1.57, which is the subject's weighted average rent. And if we look at page 11, page 10 is lease comps that were obtained in CoStar. Moving to page 11, there's another list of lease comps. So the lease comparables for market indicates an average of $21.72 modified gross, or $1.81 per square foot. And right below it, we have the tenant Sirius at $1.44, carriage at $1.71, and then we have the weighted average at 72 cents, $1.85, and the total weighted average at $1.57. And then it just dictates that CAM charges, yes. Date of current rent established October 2014 for Sirius and November 2014 for the second tenant. At the bottom, we have a list of locations in Ventura, Oxnard, Westlake Village, and Camarillo, along with Simi Valley, and that's our cap rate. And the average was 6.49, and we're using a 6.7% cap. So if we go back to the page 9 for our income analysis, we're using, like I said, the $1.57, which is the subject's weighted average, 13% vacancy, less expenses at 7 3/4 cap rate. We have a value conclusion of $8,400,000. And the vacancy of the 13, we obtained it also from CoStar. On page 12, it's in blue, Thousand Oaks towards the bottom of the page. It states 12.6% for the vacancy for Thousand Oaks area, and therefore we use the 13%. On page 13, we have our reconciliation, where our comparative sales approach is $8,900,000. Our income approach is $8,400,000. We said we allocated 60% to the comparable sales, 40% to income, and we arrived at our final value conclusion of $8,700,000. But we're recommending the board sustain the enrolled value of $8,330,000, which is also a decline in value that was already enrolled for 2015.
Nope.
And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Any questions?
Sorry.
No,
Do you have any
go ahead.
questions for
you
the?
guys get to go first.
Actually, I think you do.
Okay.
Do you have any questions of the?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
First question is, can you tell me the factored base year value again?
$8,977,466.
Do you know what the purchase price was? And what year? Do you have that recorded? Okay. No.
We don't have that with us.
No big deal. How was the, so the next question is, the current assessed value is $8,330,000. Who provided, so it's not the factor base year value, so it's a number other than the factor base year value. So I'm assuming there was some type of appraisal or assessment. Who did that appraisal, assessment, or how was that number derived?
That number was done by the commercial and industrial crew.
Like a mass appraisal? type
No, it wouldn't have been mass. It would have been independent.
A specific appraisal?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that we've asked a number of times for the information relating to that. Is there a reason why this is the first time we're seeing this information?
Seeing what information?
The comparables, the income information, et cetera?
The comparables was provided to Mr. Travis as requested. And that's the only information he requested was the sales comparables.
Okay. That's what wasn't what he was asked to get. If that's the case.
I believe he requested it last week, so it was sent to him last week.
Well, I know we've made a number of requests throughout the year because we provided our information in February.
Correct. No. So he initially requested some sales comparables. I provided that. And then before the hearing, sometime last week, he requested it again. So we gave him the additional ones that we were adding to the presentation. But he only requested the sales comparables.
So, okay, we'll chalk it up to a miscommunication. But our understanding was, my understanding from Travis was that you guys were not willing to provide income information. Is that just
whoa. No.
He'd never asked for it?
As far as I know, and I had numerous conversations.
Okay.
And the word income never came up with regards to this property.
Okay.
We would have been happy to inform you of the direction that we were going and the cap rate that we were using. And no, transparency seems to be an issue in question here. And I just want the board to know that if they had if Travis had asked for this information and we had given it to him, if it had changed along the way, would I have followed up and said, hey, we decided to change this? No. If he had asked again and had the numbers changed, yes. I would have changed, or I would have supplied it.
We can skip that. I don't have.
Okay.
It's not like I'm going to pull something out.
No.
That shows different.
Well, no.
I'm trying to clear it up because for example, what's the date that this was done? I assume it was done before last week.
It was all of it in its entirety. No, it was finalized probably Friday. Seriously.
But the information contained in it was derived.
No, it was tweaked.
Okay.
And I say that because if you look at the day that our office has had and then I've been sitting here, I have to review all of the appraisals that are moving forward. And there were 2 sitting in this box that didn't go forward today because the applicant didn't show. So, and this
I
is
get
no,
it. Yeah,
yeah.
I get it. Yeah,
This
I get
is
it.
no offense to you.
No, I get it.
mean, it's
you
just,
gotta. I saw your box. Yeah, I get it.
It's an allocation of resources.
Yes, sir. Get it. Okay, so let's just jump into your sales comparison. And what I'm going to need some help with is translating it to what we thought you were going to have, what you sent. So, which comparable is 200 East Santa Clara? The one that was 24 miles away from the subject. Did you use that sale or did you not use that sale?
Santa Clara and Ventura?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
No, we did not use that in the presentation that we have right now.
Okay. And what about 3967 Thousand Oaks Boulevard?
That's number 3.
That's number 3. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And what about 2000 Corporate Center Drive? Which one's that? Is that number
That's
one?
sale number one.
Okay. And then 299 Hillcrest.
Sale number two.
That's sale number 2. Okay. And what is sale number 4? Is that the new one?
That is Verdugo Way. I believe that is one that Travis also had in his.
It's Verdugo Way is also one that was present in the in your appraisal that you supplied to the board.
Okay. I'm just trying to
Absolutely.
get
Not a
organized here because I was different than what I was expecting. Okay. So sale number 1, March 19th, 2015, is that within or outside of our 90-day window?
Within.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
30, 60, 90, January, February, March 19th?
It's within.
It's within.
Yeah. What qualifies as within? March 31st?
Yeah.
90 days.
All right, let's go with that. On that particular sale, I don't think it actually transacted in March, did it? Didn't it transact in July? Let me double check that. Because this was this the portfolio sale? Which one is this? This is number 3. Yeah, this is a portfolio sale. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, 2000 Corporate Center Drive, Building 7, was apparently a portfolio sale of multiple properties.
Yes.
Can maybe just describe that for us, that because you obviously know that. So maybe describe the how that relates and how a portfolio sale will give us a good indication of the subject.
The sales price that we accepted of the $18,729,897 is what was reported and allocated per the buyer. And what we ended up doing was crunching the numbers on that sale and seeing if it was an acceptable Rule 2 sale.
And how did you deal with the debt assumption?
How did we deal with it?
Yeah, it was both the sale of property and also debt assumption.
We looked at it from the standpoint of you made reference to the adjustment of loan terms, lease terms within, and if I could, I'm going to be honest, if I could provide more information regarding that transaction, I would. I didn't work the transaction. It was in our database.
Have an angry taxpayer out there.
Not a surprise.
It's okay. We'll move on.
Okay.
Yep. So the price that was used was $18,729,000, which is the portfolio sale number, correct? I'm looking at your sales grid on page 7, by the way.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the single property, or is that the single property that's in question?
That's the allocation.
That's the allocation.
To that property.
To that property. To that specific APN.
Okay. And so no adjustments or no known adjustments were made for the portfolio sale, whether a discount or a premium, or debt assumption, whether that
I can
impacts
neither
or-
confirm nor deny any adjustment. All I know is that
no adjustments were made.
Yeah, I can neither confirm nor deny any adjustments were made in reporting that, or in that allocation that was reported.
And how close is this to the subject parcel?
Across the street?
And in terms of size, how does size play a role This is
Oh,
roughly
it's-
106,000.
It's larger, twice as large. Due to economies of scale, we recognized it, but we didn't want to go over the top.
So let me maybe ask a different question. What adjustments were made to the, it looks like 175.77 is what was listed as the allocated price. Were any adjustments made, oh, I see a building size, 5%. Is 5% the only adjustment that was made to that?
Yes.
Comparable. So were any adjustments, was the lease reviewed that it looks like it's Anthem?
Anthem,
Is
yes.
the tenant?
Yes.
Which is hospital, medical?
Insurance.
Insurance? Medical insurance? I think if we ask,
Yes.
we'll narrow in on this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Anthem. Okay. Was the lease reviewed that Anthem had? Because obviously this is a sale of in-place income.
Sure.
Right? Was the lease reviewed to see the terms of the lease? And
No.
okay.
Or you mean from my standpoint? No.
Yes.
From the initial standpoint, I don't know.
It's I guess my point is, when reviewing these and putting a lot of credibility and reliance on the sales approach, it is very important to review the leases that are subject to the transaction. For example, we have debt assumption here. This is a purchase price allocation that we're relying on the owner to allocate. Why wouldn't you allocate more value to a Prop 13 state than to another state in which your portfolio has? So there's lots of games that are played with these allocations. So I think I guess my perspective is it doesn't sound like those things were reviewed within this transaction. Those were where my questions were going. Comparable number 2. This looks like it's about the same size as the subject. How much does the zoning of CO impact this comparable in terms of the subject? What's CO?
Commercial office? He says hesitantly. But I think that's...
And is this is a 3-story office building, is that correct?
Believe that's the one.
Is there any adjustment, either A, made, or 2, warranted for a higher density zoning, an improvement use upon that land?
No.
No adjustment was made, or
No.
would
No,
one be
no
warranted?
adjustment was made.
Would one typically be warranted?
If you're so inclined.
What would be the situations or circumstances that would make one so inclined?
What the rest of the area was proceeding to the area trend.
Let me clarify by making a statement. When we have higher density zonings, we can go higher and put more people in the same amount of space and drive more rent, right? Which inherently makes the real estate more valuable. And so my question is was that reviewed in terms of the density, and was an adjustment made?
No.
Thank you. Were you, say it differently, my understanding is that this property was renovated in 2007. Was any adjustment, was that known, reviewed, and if so, was any adjustment warranted for the condition of the property being renovated in 2007?
It was known that it was renovated. No adjustment was made because based on the information that we had with regards to building permits, it wasn't a rehab.
Was any adjustment either A, made or warranted for the fact that in this particular situation we have a risk diversity of 17 different tenants versus the subject's property only having 2 tenants, whereas, and let me make the statement first, in a 2-tenant situation, if one leaves, you 50% vacancy. In a 17-tenant scenario, if one leaves, 7% vacancy. Is that a factor that was either A, reviewed, or B, warrants an adjustment in your analysis?
In my analysis, no, I didn't feel it was warranted due to the fact of the information regarding the leases being re-signed. I felt these were strong tenants, and it didn't raise a red flag.
Do you know the typical floor plate or the space within comparable number 4 that is typically rented? Do you know how large the space would be?
Smaller.
Give me a closer estimate. 10,000 feet?
Bigger than a bread box.
Anywhere close to the 25,000 feet that the...
No, I believe Verdugo Way is... or the Verdugo Way comp is cut into smaller pieces.
You've walked the subject property.
Correct.
In the subject property, in your opinion, could you make that into something more than 2 tenant spaces?
Yes, but it would require additional work.
Do you think that it's reasonably feasible as a 1/115? That's a stupid question. It was a bad question. Who knows, right? What's going to be the more like the last guy? They were all rhetorical questions.
That's okay.
This is the new one.
Please tell me.
Which one's this?
I'm not switching it. I need a buck.
Again, I'll ask the same question on sales comparable number 2. I think I've referred to it a couple times as comparable number 4. I am still on number 2. I had it listed as number 4 coming in, and so my apologies. But we are still on comparable number 2, which is Hillcrest Drive. Was any, again, and I'll ask this question again, it'll be the same question for each of them, were the leases reviewed for this to be used in this lease, and if so, were any adjustments made to adjust this investment property to be similar to the subject?
We're talking about Hillcrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The leases weren't reviewed because, for this analysis, because we don't have access to all the leases. Landlords, owners, for some reason, unbeknownst to me, don't like to share information with the assessor. So we base our valuations on the best information available to us. That's what it comes down to. And we would love to be able to go knocking door to door. But unless we send a 441D request followed by a subpoena to every single owner or landlord, we're not going to get all of the information.
Comparable number 3. This one's zone C2. Can you tell me what that zoning is?
Commercial.
And what's the density in comparison to M1?
It's going to be a higher density.
Sorry to ask the repetitive questions, but I'm going to ask them on every single one. Were any adjustments made for the zone?
No, no. No, it's all good. Ask away.
And can you tell us a little bit about Comparable 3? Who are the tenants in Comparable 3?
I don't have my cheat sheet for the tenants, but I would be willing to listen to your list of individuals.
I think I guess my point, I'll address this in closing, maybe we don't need to go so much further into this,
Okay.
is that sales comparison, using the sales comparison approach for income investment properties is really a pointless exercise unless you're going to review the leases, establish the terms, and adjust it similar to the subject. It's my range is here to here, and I can find you a low end, and I can find you a high end, and I can adjust my radius as far as I need to go. But unless you pull the contracts and look at what the investor is buying, it has zero comparison to your subject without doing that exercise. And I get, maybe I'll have to cover it in closing, but I mean, I can keep asking the questions.
You're gonna
if
get
it
the same
establishes,
answers.
I'm going to get the same answers, which is an income-producing property produces income, right? It's based on the density that's allowed, the number of tenants, the credit risk. Anthem compared to Xeris and Carnegie, completely different thing. Likely a longer-term lease. We don't have the lease to look at it. Was it a 25-year lease with Anthem or something different? The terms of the lease. All of these things factor into it, which is why it's inherently a lease fee. So in my opinion, income-producing property, unless that material is available, you have to throw the sales comparison completely out unless the appraiser, in fact, has gone through each of these steps. And I guess my line of questioning was to establish that it has not been done here. So we'll move on.
That's fine.
No further questions?
No, I do. Income approach next.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Unless you guys want, unless we can stipulate to
no
that we didn't really do an income approach, and then we can no, or stipulate to a value at $7 million.
No.
No.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Guess we continue then. What page is your income approach on?
Page 9.
And so you've concluded here at $1.57 per foot in your monthly rent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a full service, modified gross,
Modified
net?
gross.
Modified gross. Okay. And where would I find the comparables used to derive that lease rate?
We use that 157 based on the weighted average of the subject.
So you use the contract where they were at in their escalations.
I use the information provided on the landlord questionnaire.
Okay. If I state it again, you probably won't.
No, well,
I mean,
and on the landlord questionnaire, it said those rates were as of 2014,
Okay.
and you're going to go back to the original leases.
Correct.
And again, there's the rub. You're doing original leases, and I'm looking at
where they're at in the contract
and,
with the
and the other thing
escalations.
would be if they were to rent the property here or today, would they be able to get the 144 and 171 versus the whatever the original, according to the leases, were the 140 and one.
Okay. So maybe we get back to the 441 request in the lease detail. obviously we all know the Rule 8 requires us to do an income approach with market rent.
Mm-hmm.
Was your intent of using 157 because you believed it to be market rent, or were you doing it because it was the contract rent and you thought that that was the number to use? Just help me understand why we're not deriving a market rent, or
Well,
the justification that this is market.
We looked at the 157 and looked at the appraisal that you provided.
Okay.
Weren't happy with the derivation of what he termed market rent.
Okay.
And then went into CoStar and pulled a few comps. The average modified gross was 181. And if you adjust for size and anything else, we deferred to the 157.
But none of that evidence and those calculations are here, of what I can see, of how you looked at CoStar and did
Page
these.
10.
10? Okay.
10 and 11.
Okay. And where would I find these calculations that you're talking about?
Page 11. Up at the top of the page, see the yellow highlight?
Average 2172, $1.81. What kind of TI allowances were available in each of these?
The TI allowance I saw was minimal. Most TIs for this type of property that we see is around maybe $20 a square foot. Did I factor that into or was that factored into the equation? No, because these were existing tenants for the 157.
And these are all asking rents.
Correct.
What is the discount or the adjustment between asking and signed?
What's the discount?
Or premium.
I'm seeing 5%.
Is the discount between
Yeah.
asking and... Okay. And did you apply that discount in your conclusion?
To the 181?
I'm just...
No,
yeah, how
no.
did you derive
I left the
157?
181 as is and just deferred to the weighted average of the subject.
So in your conclusion of 157, let me just understand the math. You have 181 as input number 1. 144 is input number 2.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
144 and 171 are the only inputs.
144 and 171.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 171, to clarify for everybody, 171 is the Carnegie.
Yes.
I think you have Carriage.
I've got it as Carriage. Yes, it's Carnegie.
Okay. But it's the Carnegie lessee at the subject.
Yes.
And that is where they're at currently in a lease that was signed in 2009.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the contract rent for Carnegie. The 144 is also contract in year 2 of the Xeris lease. The initial lease signing was 140 in 2013, in the midway of 2013. The above numbers here in the lease comp are all asking, just to clarify, you guys don't have any actual...
no, I don't. The actuals that I used were the...
were the subject.
Were the subjects.
Okay. And no adjustment was made for the subject to reflect contract to market, specifically with the Carnegie.
No. Because we ended up doing a weighted average, I figured that would... I wasn't really happy with the 144, so with the 144 and the 171...
could you explain that? Maybe it would be helpful to me, because I saw a $1.40 signing shortly before the assessment date. The appraiser thinks that, somewhere in $1.40, $1.45. What is what don't you like about 144? I mean, what evidence supports something different?
Well, the CoStar comps.
These ones on page 11?
Yeah, 10. Well, yeah, 11.
Okay.
So I don't know if the lease was done to make sure that he didn't, and this happens, you don't want to lose a good tenant. Maybe they had, just, the guy pays his rent on time, he has no problems, and he's willing to do that. And if I were to shave 5% off that 181, it'd bring it down to 172.
Well, the first one that you have is 1620 modified gross. What didn't you like about that? Or did you like it?
I thought it was nice. It's also in Camarillo.
Okay. And number 2 is $21. What were the terms on that property? Was it a 5-year lease, a 10-year lease?
I believe it was a 5-year.
And do you have that information here?
No.
Were there any tenant improvements on that?
Couldn't say off the top of my head.
But again, you wouldn't have support for that here either.
No.
And what about the next one?
For any of these, we'll see if we can speed this up. For any of these, if you're looking for the CoStar sheets, I don't have them in the appraisal.
Okay. We can skip beyond that. We'll move on. But I guess the point, I'll just make these rebuttal comments now, why they're fresh, is if we're using asking rental rates and we're not considering the term of the lease, the tenant improvement allowance, and any of those things, it's very hard to make any warranted adjustments. When we have an actual signing at $140, which does consider the tenant improvements because they deduct them out, which is why it's at $140, I think it's much more credible evidence. And I see that you also used the subject, but one of them was the contract escalations. So is what it is. We'll move on. Vacancy seems reasonable. Management fees, 5%. Expense recovery is at 15%. So if this was truly a modified gross, we would see a lot more than 20% here. I think we would see a lot more than 20%. Okay. Maybe not a lot, but I mean, what level of analysis went into this? Where did these numbers come from?
We take a look at, and it's a broad stroke, what modified gross leases end up coming out as expenses. Some of them come out higher. I'm not going to say that, but if you're looking at this, you're also going to talk about, on some of these modified gross leases, it ends up getting offset a little bit by the CAM charges that are kicked back. So, as that's the case, 5 and 15 is a nice push.
But not necessarily adjusted to or reflective of the subject.
And not necessarily not.
But no specific analysis was done?
No.
Okay.
No, for the...
Thank you. Overall rate. Just moving on. I like the property tax load, but let's talk about the 6.7.
Okay.
Can you point me to the direction of where that analysis was performed?
Yeah, that was done based on the information pulled from CoStar sales.
Page number?
Page 11, down at the bottom.
Okay, so your the green is your conclusion, 6.7. The average in the yellow is 6.49. The range is 5.3 to 7.27. Is that correct?
5.3 to, yes.
Okay.
We felt comfortable with this range, as it's definitely a little bit tighter than what's in the appraisal.
How do you pick? I mean, what's the right number here? How do you pick?
Really? You're going to go down this path? Come
I'd
on,
like
David.
to know.
Don't go Bush League at this point.
I'd like to know how you pick. I mean, is there one in here particularly that is better than something else?
What we did is we looked at the average, and you go, you know what? Let's take into consideration that the property was 1985, and yes, it's got newer leases, but one of them is $1.44. Okay, so let's shimmy this up a little bit and take it to 6.
So more qualitative.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys routinely ever use a debt coverage analysis?
No.
In your analysis of cap rates?
We try to pull from the market.
Okay. But here, this is CoStar pulling from the market, but none of these particular transactions were analyzed by you to derive whether or not any adjustment should be made to that transaction.
Did you see my caseload today, David?
Just establishing that it wasn't done.
Closing. Just put it on your list to add to closing. Seriously.
I hear you. It's 4:17. No further questions.
Okay. Does the board have any questions? I have a few for sure. Okay. I'll start. Assessor's office?
Yes.
On page 13?
Oh, yes.
You have reconciliation, and you have 60% weight given towards the comparative sales approach and 40% towards the income approach. How did you arrive at the 60-40?
Because when comparable sales are available, that's the preferred approach. So we put slightly more weight on comparative sales than on income.
Okay. And when you have, say, market rents that are a certain amount, and you have a contract rent that's above or below, isn't it common to take the difference and identify the difference between market and contract, capitalize it, and either add or subtract it to the value that comes from the market rents or established from the market rents?
Oh, as in like a lump sum amount taken off?
Right. Say market rents, say it's worth $7 million and we're $2 above market rent or below. What do you do with that $2 or whatever the number may be? Do you address the difference, the overage or the underage? Because it's, if someone's rented their property out above market, it should be worth more than market.
Sure.
And below the same thing, but then there's a cap rate in there.
Absolutely. What we do is, if the information is given to us, we will adjust that. We'll take that into consideration when we do the analysis. But if a property transfers for X amount and it's a Rule 2 sale, then if that market rent is above or below, isn't going to play into the equation due to the fact that a Rule 2 sale is there.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions.
Quick question. On your sales comps 2 and 3, we've got zoning of CO and C2. I'm looking down under quality class. Let's see. 2 is a D8, subject is a C6, and sale 3 is a D8. And then dropping down again under adjustments, under quality class, I see a 5%. Would that include the zoning, the higher, quote-unquote, higher zoning?
No,
to the
that goes to the construction of the building itself. C is concrete, more of a tilt-up. Okay. D is wood frame. So as the wood frame is more expensive, we're adjusting for that.
Okay, good. So we don't know how much office build-out there is in sale 2 or 3 or 4?
In office build-out, in sale 2, well, sale 2 had 6% vacancy. The vacancy in sale 3 was 45%. And then the vacancy on sale 4 was 3%.
Okay. Okey-doke. That's all I have.
Okay. Any further questions? Nope, I think we're all set with questions. We can move on to closing statements.
The assessor provided an analysis and appraisal that for comparables within close proximity, as opposed to the, not just in proximity, but also with regards to the lien date. Adjustments made, and Mr. Perkins brought up a point, yes, you can come up with a range. Yeah, you can. But with that, you're going to pick a value within that range. There's nothing wrong with establishing a value range. It's not a forbidden thing. And when comparable sales exist, that's what we rely on. We've got a property across the street. Yes, it was a portfolio sale. And was it adjusted down to the fine point that Mr. Perkins wanted it to appear in here? No, it wasn't. But still, even if you look at that one comp, with my adjustments, I'm looking at approximately 9.4 million. To shave 2.4 million off to get to his $7 million number, that's not going to happen. Our comparable sales were far better than what was presented in the appraisal from a third party. I understand it's a third party, but it had issues, especially with the date of the comparables. With regards to our income approach, based on the information on that landlord questionnaire, we feel good about the 157, real good. That's the rent. That landlord questionnaire signed by the portfolio owner, that makes us happy. And no, it's not the 140 established in 2009. But odds are the market rent would be higher today if the space went vacant. Our cap rate much tighter. To have a 5.3 to 11. He's complaining about our value range on our sales approach, but that cap rate range was a little much. It's a value conclusion that at the end we believe supports the 8.3 million that we've got, or 8.33 million that we have on the books. And if the board decides otherwise, I understand, but we feel strongly about the presentation that we put forward today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be quick. We had a third-party appraisal, completely independent. It's not done for this purpose. It's done for financing purposes. I mean, they had no incentive to lowball their number. What I see in that self-contained report is an appraiser who made an effort at every turn to justify the positions that they took and took 10-page what was done here in 1 page. I get it, right? These guys have a big box of stuff to deal with. But the reality of it is Panattoni, who owns this property, says, I have an appraisal for $7 million that I'm taking to the bank, and Ventura County is telling me it's worth $8.3 million. You have to appeal it because it doesn't make any sense. We appeal it. We shouldn't be here for $1.3 million in difference of value and spend this amount of time on it. And I feel like when folks go into this type of situation, income-producing properties, and do what we found here, which are sales comparison approach that make no adjustments for the income-producing aspects of it, failed to review any of the leases that are subject to this, and in the income approach, do it at contract versus what the rule specifically states, which is that they be at market, and explain nothing, then we're left to wonder what the purpose of that range is. Further, in the sales approach, they threw out the one property that looked exactly like the subject that was owner-user. Yes, it was a short sale. Yes, it establishes the bottom end of the range. But if you throw it out, you have this different range with Anthem. It's a higher credit tenant. Those are going to drive those comparables much, much higher. And I think that it's a difficult situation to do, to put together a case for one of these type of hearings. I get it. You have multiple ones to do. But there literally was no support at all. And the question was repeated a number of times, and the response was given the same exact way. No, we didn't make any adjustment. Could we have? Sure, we could have. We don't have any time to do it. That doesn't satisfy the taxpayer who's still looking at it. I took this one to the bank, who's actually going to lend me money on it, right? Who's actually going to make a business decision based on this versus something that is very, very arbitrary, very qualitative, if any quantification was done. So we ask from the taxpayer's perspective that you put the greatest evidence on their third-party appraisal in reaching your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You have any further questions up here? Okay, I think we will need to deliberate this in closed session.
Thank you.
Likely not have an answer today.
I'm okay with it.
Just letting you know.
All right, with that, board members, next is item number 87, stipulation agreements.
Yes, I've reviewed them. You sent them out via email, and I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by board member Little, second by board member Ferris. Are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, stipulations are approved. All right. I'm assuming all decisions will be announced from closed session today. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. So, item 116, adjournment. Mr. Sisk, it's 4:29 p.m. if you'd like to adjourn the meeting.
Meeting adjourned.